Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Alrighty, good Tuesday morning, Arkansas. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron and our Executive Director Rich here. We're here to give you guys tornado warning live coverage at this current time. This is going to go for our following areas. That's going to be in Washington and Crawford counties. And this is going to go until 3 o'clock this morning here. So we have a tornado warning that is in effect. Let's go ahead and zoom down. We were talking about this line of storms moving in on Facebook, and we've been watching it on YouTube the entire time. And this is what we have right in here. This is just south and west of the community of Evansville, and this is moving into southern Washington and northern Crawford County. So if anyone is in this tornado warning, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home as quickly as you can here. To repeat, we do have a tornado warning that is in place right now that's going to go for our folks just south and west of the Evansville area at this current time here. So what I'm going to do for just a minute here, I think I put you on the wrong scene. Give me 1 second here. Let me make sure I've got you ready to go. I think this one will do. That's fine. So give me just 1 second here. Let me go over to our rotation tool real quickly here, and I'm going to show you guys where the potential tornado is going to be. So it's going to be right there along the county line of Crawford and Washington counties at this current time. This is moving to the east at about 43 miles per hour. So I'm going to clock at about 45. So we're going to put it right here. We're going to put a track, move it to the east at 45 miles per hour. So this is going to go over the community of Winslow and at St. Paul. If you know anyone in these areas, I need to take their tornado precautions now. I do realize it's 2:30 in the morning on a Monday night into Tuesday. A lot of people are asleep. They're getting ready for work. They're getting ready for school on Tuesday. Let's get them up, let's wake them up, and let's get to that safe place immediately at this point. So to repeat, we do have a tornado warning that is in place. I'm going to go ahead, if you guys spare me for just a moment, I'm going to get our rotation tool up real quickly here. And hopefully it's not that big. Let's zoom this down. Give me just 1 second. And we're going to get this up for you. And it's going to be right in here. So the area of rotation, so maybe right in here. Let me see if I can get you to, there we go, right in here. That is where that area of rotation is going to be. It's just to the south and west of the community of Morrill down here. This is in Washington County, in Crawford County. This is moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So the community of Winslow, the community of St. Paul, that's Franklin County, Crawford County. This is Washington County up here. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately. So I want to make this clear because we have this problem every single time we have a tornado warning. Folks, we cover the entire state of Arkansas. That's north, south, east, and west. And it's been observed? It's been observed,
yep.
So that's going to be... Okay, so it's about a weather spotter? Or was it by radar?
It's been observed... well, hold on. This says radar confirmed, but it says observed in the tornado observed warning part.
Okay, so okay, I see it. Yeah, it got observed. So let's take a look at the new warning here. So a tornado warning remains in effect for northwestern Crawford, southwestern Washington, and southeastern Adair counties. It's going to go until 3 a.m. So it's radar confirmed tornado, damaging tornado and quarter-size cells. So this is very important for anyone that is on Interstate 49, between mile markers 33, 35, and 47. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move into a basement, interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. So to repeat, we now have what's called a radar confirmed tornado. Basically, radar is confirming that this tornado is on the ground. It is south of the community of Evansville. This is in northwestern Arkansas. I want to make this crystal clear to everybody that's listening to this live stream. If you're in central Arkansas, this is not impacting central Arkansas. This is not impacting Dumas, Little Rock, Hot Springs, none of those areas. We cover the entire state of Arkansas. This is not including nowhere near close to where Little Rock or Central Arkansas is. So please understand that our folks in northwestern Arkansas needs coverage just as bad as everybody else in the state, especially when there's a tornado warning. So right now, Washington, Crawford counties, this is in northwestern Arkansas. To repeat, this is in northwestern Arkansas. This does not include Little Rock, Hot Springs, the Wynn area, Dumas, none of those areas right now. You are good to go This is in northwestern Arkansas right now. You've got to know your cities. You have to know your counties. Folks, you have to know where you live in Arkansas. That's just a number one deal right now. So right now, the tornado warning at this point, let's zoom this out to kind of reassure a lot of folks. Here's Little Rock. There is a tornado warning up here in northwestern Arkansas. This is not going to include Fayetteville, by the way. This is south of Fayetteville. This is north of Fort Smith. So we have a tornado warning in place right now that's going for Washington, Crawford County, Franklin County at this current point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. If you know anyone in the community of Winslow or St. Paul, they need to take their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. But to repeat, this is in northwestern Arkansas. If you are not familiar where you live, it is a quick pick the phone up and take a Google search. That's the biggest thing I'm going to tell you guys right now. But this is in northwestern Arkansas at this point. St. Paul, the Winslow area, you need to take your tornado precautions now. This is an observed tornado. It is right in here. Let's go ahead and zoom this down to more of a street level view. And that's going to be right there on Ray Road, which is just to the south and east of the community of Evansville. This is south of Fort Smith. Not Fort Smith, Fayetteville, excuse me. And it's north
we have a
of
debris
the Fort
signature.
Smith. And we do have a debris signature. Yeah, so this is on the ground like we talked about before. Wow, look at this, Rich. Take a look at this. That is, wow, right in here where that area of rotation is. That is where that confirmed tornado is going to be. So we've got debris. Yep. We've got strong rotation, velocity. This is on the ground, folks. This is just to the south and east of the community of Evansville. Let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective. Downtown Fayetteville is way to the north up here. So Fayetteville's right here. Here's Fort Smith. There's the radar for Fort Smith. Where the tornado warning is right now, it is between Fort Smith and Fayetteville. This is south of the community of Morrill. This is north of the community of Cedarville. This is moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. The communities of Winslow, St. Paul, and the Chilster. I'm gonna say it's Chilster. The Chester area, not Chilster, Chester area up here in northern Crawford County. Take your tornado precautions immediately, folks. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Rich, if you have any damage reports or anything like that, feel free to break it in. I want to make this clear. This is 2:30 in the morning. I know a lot of people are asleep. You guys are tired. You're ready for this to be over with. I understand. But we told you guys, like we mentioned in the live stream earlier on tonight, this was going to be an overnight event. This was going to be something that you're just going to have to keep your phones on. If you have to get some sleep, please do. Unless you're in this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter. But if you're elsewhere across the state watching this right now, if you need to go to bed, get some sleep. But I want you guys to keep your phones on. Make sure your alerts are turned on. Make sure you're able to hear it. If you have a weather radio, make sure that's turned on. Make sure that you're keeping your alerts on as we move into the overnight hours. Storms will be weakening, by the way, as they move further to the east here. But we told you guys western and northwestern Arkansas was going to be the highlight of where we see the severe thunderstorms and the tornado potential at this time. And I'm going to tell you now, Rich, look at this rotation. That is,
it's gotten larger.
Yeah, that is 68 outbound, and that is 50 inbound. So that is that's put you at about 130, 140 mile per hour winds coming in. So this is a very strong tornado on the ground just to the south and east of the community of Evansville. Let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys some perspective. So the community of Evansville is here. There's Fort Smith down here. There's Van Buren, Winslow, there's West Fork, and there's Fayetteville. This is south of Fayetteville, north of Fort Smith, just to the south and east of the community of Evansville. This is moving to the east. So Winslow, St. Paul, if you know anyone in those areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home as quickly as you can. But folks, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. Also, for anyone that is along Interstate 49 right now as well, that's coming out from Fayetteville going down towards Fort Smith. This is going to cross right over the interstate. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately here. So let's take a look. This is a street level view right now. So it's going over County Road 295. It's going to move over South Cove Creek, and then it's going to continue to move to the east here. That's going to go right over Highway 170, Highway 74. There's the Interstate 49, and then it's going to eventually make its way towards Highway 71 in the community of Winslow. So to repeat, tornado on the ground, confirmed, radar confirmed. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately at this time. I understand it's 2 o'clock in the morning. A lot of people are asleep. You know, they're not going to pay attention to this stuff. This is why we're here, folks. This is why we told you guys, keep your weather awareness up here in northwest Arkansas tonight. And this is what we have. We have a confirmed tornado that is south and east of the community of Evansville, moving to the east. So Interstate 49, we have a lot of truckers, a lot of people that work overnight that are going to be taking the interstate. Make sure that you take your tornado precautions immediately. Rich, if you could do me a solid and take over for just a little bit. I think we have some weather cams that we may be able to tap into up here in northwest Arkansas along the interstate.
Yeah. So if you guys are just joining us, we have a radar observed tornado that is on the ground, and it is producing a debris signature still at this time. And this is going to be for your Crawford and Washington counties. And at this current time, it would be somewhere around, excuse me, it would be around Odell, heading towards Floss in an eastward direction. And there's, let me see if I can try to get some roads here. This is going to be Buckhorn Camp Road. It's going to be right over Buckhorn Camp Road, going into Floss. Buckhorn Camp Road and South Cove Creek.
Matter of fact, I do.
You do have a cam?
Yeah, we do have a camera. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
It is dark. I'm going to tell you this right now. For those that are going to try to go out and see this tornado, it is very, very dark. You're not going to be able to see this coming, folks. But we do have a camera, which I'm going to attempt to try to pull this up. So bear with me for just a minute. But we do have a camera that is along Interstate 49 this is looking to the south. I don't know if I have any that are looking to the west right now, which they're not. So we're gonna have to wait until this passes over the interstate, unless we have some additional. We don't have any additional cameras out here. So most of these cameras out here are looking either south or they are looking to the east. So we don't actually have any cameras right now. We have one that's looking north. So we'd have to wait for it to pass through before we're able to get a visual on it. But right now, like I said before, don't bank on it, seeing it. It is heavily rain flat. And as a matter of fact, let's take over to the current radar right now, and you guys are going to see it. So this is where the area of rotation is right now, what you guys are seeing on our radar. It is heavily rain wrapped. You're not going to see this coming if you're in the community of Winslow. Don't try to go outside and get footage of it or anything like that. This is a situation that you need to be inside. You need to take those tornado precautions. That's getting away from windows. That's putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible and getting to the lowest level of your home immediately here. So any one of these areas, don't try to go outside and look. I've tried on our iDrive cameras. Nothing's pulling up. It is dark. It's going to be pretty much a mass of rain coming your way, but it's going to be a confirmed tornado. It's going to have the tornado rain wrapped within it. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. I would not be shocked, by the way, if this gets extended further to the east to include further areas towards Winslow and also our areas over here towards St. Paul. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. What you got from the Rich? What's up?
Latest debris signature is very concerning to me. That is a very large debris signature at this time.
Yeah. I figured as much. Like I said, you can see it as it's coming in. That is going to be right just to the west of Highway 220 over here. So, folks, like I said, if you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. I do want to make this clear. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. A lot of people are not going to be paying attention to this. I understand that. A lot of people are going to sleep. It's a Monday night. You've got work. Wake them up. Text their phone. Blow their phones up. Do whatever you got to do. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and it's moving to the east. So Winslow, St. Paul, take your tornado precautions immediately. What we're going to do is we're going to go back over to our area of rotation. You guys can see the rotation indicator right in here, where your green and your red kind of combine as one. that is where the tornado potential is going to be. I'm going to track this out. I'm going to go 40. So Winslow, you've got 20 minutes. Hustle. It's time to get up. It's time to get to that safe place. If you know anyone that's going to be crossing over the interstate between Mountainburg and Fayetteville, give them a heads up. That's a lot of truckers. We know we have a lot of truckers that like to sleep on, there's some rest areas along the interstate. Give them a heads up. Wake them up. Say, hey, there's a tornado warning storm coming your way. Make sure that you're up and running. If you know anyone in the community of Winslow, make sure they're taking their tornado precautions immediately as well. St. Paul as well. Let's go over some highways. That's Highway 23, Highway 16, and this is also going to include Highway 295 over here as well. So make sure, folks, that you are taking your tornado precautions. I understand this is in an area that's not highly populated like, Little Rock or anything like that. But northwestern Arkansas, they need just as much coverage here as anywhere else. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here at this time. So the tornado warning, like I said before, is going to go for northwestern Arkansas. I want to make this clear. This is not impacting anybody in central Arkansas. If you are in central Arkansas and you're in Little Rock, relax. Get some sleep. We promise you guys, right now, just based off of everything, you may not even see any storms here in Little Rock. This is way in northwestern Arkansas at 2 o'clock in the morning. You've got to pay attention to where you're at, folks. What you got? What you have for me, Rick?
So they extended the tornado warning, but they dropped the observed, and they're calling it radar indicated again.
Okay. We're still going to treat it like it is because they still got...
Yeah, it's still a tornado warning.
Yeah, it still has a significant amount of rotation. It's going to be just to the west of Highway 170. What's up?
And I'm going to be honest with you, the debris signature continues to follow it. I am still concerned that it may still be on the ground, but I'm not going to go against National Weather Service on that one.
Yeah. If the debris indicator still has it, then you've got to, if it's matching up where the rotation is, then we just got to call it how it is. And that's what we're looking at. So this is just to the west of the community of Winslow and towards St. Paul. Make sure you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this current time. So like I said before, this is in northwestern Arkansas for those that are tuning in. If you know anybody, I understand it's 2:30 in the morning. A lot of people are asleep. The last thing they want to hear is their phones being blown up, but this is going to be a situation that you're going to have to do it because this is a tornado warning, especially for anybody that's on the interstate. Like I said, we've got a lot of truckers up here, that up here towards Fayetteville, towards the Mountainburg area. Give them a heads up, blow their phones up, give them a heads up on what's going on. If you know anyone in the community of Winslow, by the way, make sure that they know what's coming. It's 2:30 in the morning. A lot of people are asleep. Make sure that they know what's coming. Same thing in St. Paul, downstream. I know you're not in that tornado polygon yet, but if this area of rotation continues, you will be. So keep an eye on that. If you're going over the interstate, or you know anyone in Winslow, or you know anyone in St. Paul, this is where the area you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. I'm going to zoom this out to kind of give you guys a reassurance of what's going on. Fayetteville, Springdale, you're good. It's loud, heavy rainfall, and a lot of wind. Not impacting those areas up there. If you're in Fort Smith, Greenwood, the Alma area, Mountainburg, you're good. This is tracking south of Fayetteville, north of Fort Smith. So repeat, this is tracking south of Fayetteville and north of Fort Smith. So if you're in Fayetteville or you're in Fort Smith, don't worry about it. This is not going to impact those areas. But if you know anybody that's traveling on the interstate between Mountainburg and Fayetteville, or they live in Winslow, or they live in St. Paul, or they live along the highway, give them a heads up. Tell them what's going on. This is what we've got at this point. So it's something that we're going to have to continue to monitor at this current time. I want to reassure you guys too, because I see the comments. I wasn't getting on anybody. I want to reassure you guys in Central Arkansas that this is not going to impact you at all. This is way to the north of Little Rock, Russellville, Clarksville. It's way to the north and west of...
We've got a new tornado warning near Alma.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I wanted to reassure you guys that right now. So, we've got 2 tornado warnings right now. Like I said before, this is associated with the line of storms that's moving through. This is right now, as it stands, Central Arkansas is going to get missed. This is for our folks in northwestern Arkansas, same areas we've been talking about all evening long. This is the area that we're now starting to see these tornado warnings starting to pop up across the area. So the tornado warnings, in fact, these storms are moving fast, by the way, and moving east at 60 miles per hour here. I got 63 on our end. So
I'm a
make
little
sure
worried
go
about
ahead.
this having two.
Yeah.
There's two distinct rotations in that newest tornado warning.
Yeah. So, severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado was located along a line extending from 2 miles southwest of Mountainburg, or 2 miles southwest of Alma, moving east at 65 miles per hour. So now, this is concerning for our folks down here. And another problem we're running into is that this is right next to the radar. So we're not going to be able to get a good visual on what the rotation is going to look like because it's so close to the Fort Smith radar here. So this is a problem up here in northwestern Arkansas, is that the radar beams, you have a lot of higher elevation up here, so it's not going to be able to get all the way down to the surface here. So we could take a look at that. I believe that's going to be one, if your radar matches up, Rich, it's going to be the one just to south and west of Alma, or south of the Interstate 40. Is that
But
gonna be it?
look just north of that.
There's
look
another
near
area
Mount-
right here, just
near
south
Mountain
of
Bird.
Mount Bird. So anyone in these areas, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. I want to zoom this out and kind of give you guys perspective. If you're listening this from Fayetteville, you're good to go. I know you probably got the tornado warning because it's including Washington County, but if you're in Fayetteville right now, this is all south of downtown Fayetteville. So if you're in Fayetteville, you're good to go. You may have gotten the tornado warning because it includes Washington County, but it's not including downtown Fayetteville. So if you're in Fayetteville, you're good. If you're in Fort Smith, this is north and east of Fort Smith. But anyone that's traveling right now on that Interstate 49, and along Interstate 40, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. But to repeat, if you're listening this in Fayetteville right now, this is south of downtown Fayetteville. Little Rock's here, there's Conway, Russellville, Fort Smith, Waldron, Fayetteville, and Rogers. This is all south of downtown Fayetteville and Rogers. So if you're up here, you may have gotten a tornado warning, but you're good to go right now. But if you're south of that area traveling along the interstate, there's a lot of truckers, there's a lot of people that get off of work during the overnight hours. If you're traveling on the interstate right now, you need to find a substantial shelter immediately. So this is for the community of Winslow and also the St. Paul area. What we're going to do is we're going to put another track for our folks down here further to the south, and it's going to be right through here. So this is east and northeast of Fort Smith, east of Van Buren, east of the Cedarville area. This is moving to the east very, very quickly to the east at 60 miles per hour. This is going to be the list of cities that you need to pay attention to. So if you find yourself on this list, do not waste time. Do not try to go out and see the tornado. Don't try to confirm anything. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's rain wrapped. You're not even going to see it until it's on top of you, and by that point, it's going to be too late. So if you're on the list of cities, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. If you are in Fort Smith, I'm not sure if you guys have the sirens going off or the tornado warning on your phone or anything like that, because I'm not sure if it actually includes Fort Smith. I know it includes the county, but this is east and northeast of Fort Smith. But if you are on this list right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible here. So the Alma area, Mountain Bird, towards Ozark, over towards Coal Hill, Ozone, Clarksville, Lamar, and also Hagerville. Excuse me. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Rich, are you hearing anything in terms of damage, power outages, or anything like that this time?
Yeah, no, nothing to that effect. Only just hail reports right now.
Okay. All right. So we're going to continue to monitor it. Like I said before, this is Chief Forecaster Cameron. This is our Executive Director, Rich. We have an entire team that's going to be answering questions. Please be patient with us. I want to make this clear. This is for our folks up here in northwestern Arkansas. I'm doing this statewide, zoomed out right now. So those that are wondering, this is the time to pay attention. Where our storms are, and what we've been talking about all evening and all day long and over the last couple of days, is in western and northwestern Arkansas. If you're listening to this and you're in Little Rock, or you're in Hot Springs, or you're in Wynn, or in Searcy, this is not impacting any of these areas right now. This is for our folks over here in western northwestern Arkansas. If you're in north central Arkansas right now, it is going to get loud. There's a lot of heavy rainfall, thunderstorm activity moving through this area. Nothing severe up here. But right now, our attention, our priority is going to go for these 2 tornado warnings right now in Crawford, Washington, Franklin, Madison, and also potentially Johnson County over here at this point. So I wanted to kind of give you guys a heads up on what's going on, a statewide view, kind of reassure everyone that's tuning in on where these tornado warnings are right now. It is in western Arkansas, just to the north and east of Fort Smith. So like I said, if you are on this list of cities right now, this is the time to get going. I know it's 2 o'clock in the morning, almost 3. A lot of people have work, they have school, etc. It's time to get going, guys. It's time to take these tornado precautions immediately. Let's take a look at current radar, and I want to make this clear too. Right now, first and foremost, Rich, I don't know if you see that. That's just to the east of the Alma area along the interstate. That hook echo right in there along the leading edge of the line. That is where you're going to have to watch for that tornado potential. But I want to make this clear. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, folks. It is dark. It is going to be heavy rainfall wrapped, potentially hail wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. Do not, and I want to repeat this, do not attempt to try to go outside and confirm this. Your safety comes first. We will worry about getting confirmed when we have the chance. That's what National Weather Service in Tulsa, they're doing what's called radar confirmed tornadoes. What you got for me, Rich? What's up?
Yeah, we do have an official National Weather Service observation. They did mark it as a tornado that was on the ground. 8 miles east-southeast of Stillwell, Oklahoma, just at the border of Arkansas. So yeah, that they have confirmed that was.
Okay. So that's what we mean. They're using the radar to confirm it. We don't really, I don't know if we have any, we don't have any chasers or anybody on this right now. So this is what we mean. Do not attempt to try to go outside and see this coming. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You're not going to see it coming. It's heavy rainfall wrapped. Your safety comes first, Arkansas. Okay, you've got to be careful in situations like this. Take your tornado precautions now. Don't wait for it to get confirmed or anything like that. It is time to get to your safe place immediately. So what we're going to do?
Have something.
What you got? What do you have?
I have a massively growing hail core in Mountains-Berg.
Yeah, I see it.
We've got registering almost 4-inch diameter up in the atmosphere, so that would probably be about 2.5, 3.
Yeah.
2. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do for just a moment is kind of clear up some of this radar clutter. Is I'm going to take off the flash flood warnings. I'm going to keep the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings right now because we're getting a lot of flooding reports back out here. And we also have these 2 tornado warnings to kind of clear things up via radar. So right now, like so before, this is a list of cities right in here along the Interstate 40, just to the east of the Interstate 49. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you and the outside as possible and get to the lowest levels of your home immediately here. So that's going to be the Mulberry area. That's over here towards Altus. That's Coal Hill. That's the Morrison Bluff area, Clarksville, Hagerville, over towards Knoxville, Deer, Mount Judah. Take your tornado precautions immediately. I know a lot of people downstream from here are not under the tornado polygon. You're probably like, what in the world are these guys talking about? We're giving you guys downstream cities because this is moving fast. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. That's highway speeds. Rich, we just got a new update.
We got observed.
Yeah, we got observed. We got observed. I just saw it on our end. So now this is getting to a situation where we're getting what we call radar confirmed tornadoes here. So this is from the National Weather Service in Tulsa, and I want to make this very, very, very clear. Tornado-producing storms were located along the line extending from 3 miles west of Fern to 2 miles south of Dyer, moving east at a grand total of 65 miles per hour. That's greater than highway speeds. This is a radar-confirmed tornado here. So this is going to go on the Interstate 40 in Arkansas between mile markers 15 and 41. I want to make this crystal clear for everybody to understand. This is a tornado on the ground. It is heavily rain-wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. If you are attempting to try to go outside and confirm this, you are putting your life and everybody else's life at risk. You have to seek shelter. If you gotta blow their phones up 3 o'clock in the morning and they get mad at you, direct them towards me, because tell them that I told you to get you up at 3 o'clock in the morning, because this is a life-threatening situation. So if you know anyone on the list of these cities, and I want to zoom this out to kind of give you guys a perspective on where this is at. So think of it like this. Little Rock's here. There's Central Arkansas. There's Fort Smith. There's Fayetteville. Here's Interstate 40. This is where the tornado warning is right now. So this is going to go. What you got for me, Rich? What's up?
Yeah, the northern one for Winslow and all that, they dropped that and they did not extend it.
Okay. So to go back to what we were talking about, for those that are wondering where this is at, this is going to go right over Ozark. This is moving towards the east at 65 miles per hour. You're not going to have time to try to go outside and confirm this. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Your safety comes first. What we'll worry about to confirm damage or anything like that, we will worry about that once we get the National Weather Service survey team out there. But do not put yourself in danger trying to be famous on Facebook or on TikTok or anything like that. Your safety comes first. Your family's safety comes first. If you go outside, everybody else is going to be wanting to go outside, and that's putting all those lives in danger for a tornado that's going to be heavy rainfall wrapped. 2 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be dark. You're not going to see it coming until it's right on top of you. So if you know anyone in these areas, and this goes for the entire line of storms, and I love what Tulsa did, they warned the entire line because the entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. So anyone along that line into the east, that is going to be Johnson County, that's Madison County, let's zoom this down. There's going to be Pope County, POPE, there's Newton County, Franklin, pretty much all of Franklin County, Eastern Crawford, and Southeastern Washington counties. Anywhere along this line of this list of cities here, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and these potential tornadoes as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. Notice something, and Rich, I hope notice this too. They're not even going severe thunderstorm warning. They're going straight tornado warning with these thunderstorms, because this entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. There's going to be one cell on the southern end. There's one on the northern end. This entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. So if you know anyone right now on the interstate, I get it. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. They're going to get mad at you for blowing their phones up at 3 a.m. That's just how it's going to be. But I'd rather for them to be mad at you and be safe than for them not to know, and then there could be a situation where someone gets hit. So make sure, if you know anyone in these areas, that they're taking their tornado precautions now. So this is going to go for the following areas. This is for Franklin, East Central Crawford counties. This is a tornado-producing storms located along the line. It's setting for 3 miles west of Fern, 2 miles south of Dyer, moving east at a grand total of 65 miles per hour. And you can see it. Let's take a look at this. So this is going to be for the entire line right in here. I'm going to clock it. I've got you rounded at 65. I'm going to go 70 to give you guys more of a heads-up speed of what's going on. So if you're in Ozark, you've got about 10 minutes. St. Paul, 13 minutes. If you're in Coal Hill, you have about 20. If you're in Lamar or you're in Clarksville, you have 30 minutes. Use that time wisely. If you are in Knoxville, the Deer area, Mount Judah, or you're in Dover or Hector, you've got 40 to 50 minutes. That is more than enough time for you to get up, get your family up, and get to that safe place. And when we talk about that safe place, that's getting away from windows, that's putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. So if you know anyone in Ozark, I just saw that one comment, don't wait for it to get confirmed, guys. Do not wait for it to get confirmed. It is time to seek shelter now. If you're in Ozark, you have less than 10 minutes. Get your family up. Let's go. Let's get to your safe place immediately at this time. But this is moving at a grand total of 65 miles per hour. That is faster than highway speeds, guys. 60 miles per hour is a mile per minute. So these storms are not wasting any time. So the more time that you're waiting for this to get confirmed could be more time that you could be using to get to your safe place. Don't wait for it to get confirmed. It's already confirmed via radar. Let's get to your safe place immediately at this current time. For folks that are going to be wondering about the Russellville area, this is north, right as it stands right now. It's going to track to the north of downtown Russellville.
We got another tornado warning.
Yeah, where's another tornado warning? Where is it?
Just right outside Winslow, 1 mile east of Winslow.
Okay, so that's going to be on this northern side up here. So pretty much this entire line, what Tulsa did is they're putting tornado warnings for both sides. You have a severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado near Mulberry, and then you have another one up here towards Winslow now. So let's go back over to our rotation indicator. There it is, moving northeast. This one's moving at 40 miles per hour. The entire line itself is moving to the east at about 65 miles per hour. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to zoom this down, kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on. So you have two areas right in here, one near Winslow and the other one just to the east in the Mountainburg area, and you have these several areas of rotation along the line that extends all the way down to near the Fort Smith area. So what we're going to tell you guys is that if you are along this line of storms, it is time to seek shelter immediately. What you got for me, Rich? What you about to say?
No, yeah, we're getting massive reports now of very strong winds along with this line. So
Yeah.
we're looking at potential straight line winds on top of these tornadoes inside this QLCS.
Yeah. So this is the same area that we told you guys earlier on this evening that was going to take the majority of the severe weather, and that's what we have. So I wanted to clear the radar up for you guys a little bit. I want to show you guys what's going on. So there's 2 areas. As a matter of fact, there's 3 now. There's one just to the southeast of the Mulberry area. There's one over here. Let's zoom this down. There's Mount Berg, one to the east of Mount Berg, and then you have one just to the southeast of Winslow. That's moving towards the St. Paul area, and that's going to eventually kind of curve its way to the north towards Madison County. So anyone in these areas, you need to take your tornado precautions now. So what we're going to do is we're going to start from the north, and then we're going to make our way south. So let's talk about the northern storm real quickly here. Obviously, area of rotation. Right here near Winfrey Valley, 110 over here. This is just to the south and east of the community of Winslow. It's going to be moving towards the County Road 4113. Let's put a track on this. So this is where your area of rotation is going to be. Let's put a rotation tool on it. Give me 1 second. It's going to be right in here.
While you
This
do
is where
that,
it's
we've
gonna
got
be.
over
What you got,
600 in Crawford
Okay.
without power.
I figured that was going to be the case. So there's the area of rotation right in here. Let's zoom this out. I'm going to clock it at about, let's go to about 30 miles per hour here. So St. Paul is going to be coming over you within the next 30 minutes. Get them up, 3 a.m. I understand. A lot of people are going to wake up frustrated. That's how it's going to be. It's okay. Get them up. Make sure they're safe. Make sure they get to their safe place immediately. If you know anyone in the community of St. Paul that's moving into Madison County. Now, let's move this further to the south, and let's take a look at this other area of rotation. So what I'm going to do with this one is a different case because you have one area of rotation down here, and you have another one up here on the north side of Franklin County. I'm going to track this entire line of storms because this entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. Let's put a track right through here, and I'm going to clock you guys. Let's zoom this out. We're going to clock you guys at about, I'm going to go 70 miles per hour. I know it says 65, but I'm going to go 70 just in case there's another speed up. This is it. This is how it's going to look. Let's tilt this so you guys can kind of see kind of a downstream of what's going on. Here's the interstate. There's Russellville. There's Clarksville, Hector, Johnson County, Polk County, POPE, and also Franklin County. This is what we have at this point. Ozark is going to be on top of you within the next 7 minutes. For the entire line of storms, you've got 2 areas of rotation at this time. Take your tornado precautions immediately, Arkansas. Do not wait until this gets confirmed. You need to take your tornado precautions now. I want to make this crystal clear. It's 3 a.m. It's heavily rainfall wrapped. It's dark. You're not going to see these tornadoes. This is not a plains type 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to see this monster wedge coming your way. This is going to be, you're going to see a heavy rainfall mass, dark clouds coming your way, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're not going to realize it's the tornado until it's right on top of you. And by that point, it's too late. So anyone on this list of cities, Ozark, that's over towards Coal Hill, Ozone, Clarksville, Lamar, Hagerville, Dover, Hector, Appleton, and also Jerusalem. You may have to pronounce that for me. I cannot. My tongue at 3 o'clock in the morning. Cannot
that's how
comprehend.
I would pronounce it. That's
So,
the thing.
Take your tornado precautions immediately, guys. Like I said, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. We're tired, trying to get through this event before we get into Wednesday. So just bear with us. We're going to hear it in the comments, but it's going to be fine. Take your tornado precautions immediately, guys. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level.
We've got another tornado warning.
It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Wow.
Well, we've got 3 tornado warnings.
Yeah. They're warning this entire
2
line.
observed.
2 observed, and we have another one up here. So right now, here's what's going to end up happening. We're going to catch our breath for just a little bit. We have 4 tornado warnings right now. This is where we start getting into what we call a critical situation. If you are under a tornado warning, I'm going to tell you this right now. Tornado warning pops up on your phone. Seek shelter. If I don't go over your city, I don't go over your area, don't worry about it. Seek your tornado precautions. I want to make that clear. We have 4 tornado warnings on the board right now across western Arkansas. This is a situation that we told you guys was going to happen late tonight and your Tuesday morning, and this is what we have. 3 a.m., 4 tornado warnings on the board. If you are under these tornado warnings, you need to seek your tornado precautions immediately. When we talk about your safe place, that's getting away from the windows, that's getting away from the exterior walls, that's putting as many walls between yourself and these potential tornadoes as much as possible. Grab blankets, grab pillows, grab something to protect your head, and get there. If you have a storm shelter, that's gravy. Get there. Wake them up. It's 3 a.m. I understand, but you're going to have to wake these guys up if they're in the path of this storm. So we have 4 tornado warnings in place. Let's zoom this out. Let's zoom this out and see what's going on. If you're in Central Arkansas, you're good. If you're in West Central Arkansas, that's Mena, DeQueen, you're good to go right now. If you're in Northeastern Arkansas, you're gravy. But if you're in West Central Arkansas right now, Franklin, Newton, Madison, over towards Washington and Crawford counties, this is the time now to seek your tornado precautions. And I want to make this clear too. Please keep the comments civil, guys. Okay? We're all adults here. This is a situation that you have 4 tornado warnings. Our moderators are working their tails off to get to your questions. Okay? Be nice to them. They're working their behinds off, and they're going to continue to work their behinds off over the next couple of days. Please be nice to our moderators, guys. They don't have to do this. So this is what we've got. 4 tornado warnings on the board. Rich, if you have any current form of damage or anything like that, let me know. What you got? What's up?
Yeah, all the observed ones have debris signatures.
Wow. This is a situation of what we call a classic, what we call QLCS tornado, pretty much tornado event at this time. So that's going to go for the community of St. Paul. This is Ozark. Anyone in these areas that need to seek your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest level of your home now. I know, like I said before, I know it's 3 a.m. You're going to have to get these folks up. This is a situation where you're going to have to wake people up, you're going to have to get them going, and everything like that here, okay? So this is what we have at this current time. 4 tornado warnings on the board. Our moderators are going to get to you as quickly as possible, guys. Let's be calm. We've got this. We've been in this situation before. We're going to break down each and every single one of these tornado warnings at this point. So let's start from the top and let's go all the way to the bottom real quick. So the first tornado warning is going to go until 3:30. This is going to go for the following areas. This is for southwestern Madison County and southeastern Washington County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Winslow, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is going to go for the following areas. This is St. Paul, Georgetown, Patrick, Combs, over towards Delaney, and also the Japton area. Take your tornado precautions now. That's getting away from the windows. That's getting to your basement or the interior room or the lowest floor of your sturdy building. You got to get away from the windows when you're dealing with a situation like this. And a lot of people that are getting off of work, especially the overnight workers, if you're out and about, you got to find that sturdy shelter immediately at this current time. So that's the first tornado warning. Let's talk about the second one. It's going to go until 3:45 this morning. It's going to go for southern Madison County and northwestern Arkansas and northeastern Franklin County and west central Arkansas until 3:45 this morning. A confirmed tornado was located 5 miles west of Cass, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. I'll get to it in just a second. Damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. Radar confirmed tornado. This is also going to include St. Paul, Cass, the Pettigrew area, Witter, Boston, and also towards the Turner's Bend area. I'm sorry, Rich. I wasn't trying to interrupt or be rude.
No, it's triage mode.
Yeah, it's triage mode right now. So to repeat, tornado warning is in effect. Tornado on the ground. We have multiple tornado warnings in place. Our radar is getting filled with tornado warnings right now. So Franklin, Johnson, Newton, Madison counties, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately. I know there's people coming in that are asking for specific cities and counties. We cannot do that right now, folks. We have 5 tornado warnings. We have five tornado warnings in Arkansas right now. So we can't get to your city or county questions super quick. You're going to have to be patient with our moderator team. We'll get to you guys as quickly as possible. But this is a situation now that we have 5 tornado warnings on the board. It went from being quiet to active within a heartbeat. So this is what we have. Franklin, Johnson, Newton, Madison. Take your tornado precautions now. We're saying counties versus cities because there's so many tornado warnings right now. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. I want to make this clear. This is not impacting anywhere in central Arkansas right now. I understand there's a lot of people that have storm anxiety. You hear that tornado warning, you think it's immediately for those areas. It's not. This is for western, northwestern Arkansas right now. I want to reassure you guys at this point. If you know anyone that is traveling on the interstate that's coming out of Fort Smith, and you can see there's now a massive severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. If you know anyone that is along the Interstate 40 right now, tell them to find shelter immediately. I know there's a lot of gas stations. There's the QT. I think there's a few McDonald's that are open. Sturdy shelter is sturdy shelter. Get there. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this current time here. So to repeat, we have a lot of tornado warnings on the board right now. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. This is a situation that it's critical. That means that if you are under that tornado polygon and we don't go over your city, take matters in your own hands. Get to shelter. I'd rather for you guys to be in shelter than for you guys not to be. Okay? So what we're going to do, I'm going to zoom this out because this is a situation where you have multiple areas of rotation. We're going to go back to our rotation indicator. Wow. Look at the one just to the north of Ozark. That is some strong rotation here. That is just to the south and west of the community of St. Paul. St. Paul, you need to be in shelter now. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Anyone along the interstate, this entire line of storms is capable of producing tornadoes. You've got to get to your safe place now. It is 2 o'clock, well actually it's 3 o'clock in the morning now. Get them up. Get them up. Tell them to take your tornado precautions immediately. This is tornado warning live coverage from Arkansas Weather Watchers. We're going to keep you guys informed of the situation. But boy, that is a strong area of rotation that is just to the north of the Ozark area. And you can see, as quick as a next radar scan, it dies down and then it comes back. So this is what we call QoCS. They're going to briefly intensify and then they're going to die off and then they're going to come back. So this is why this entire line of storms is tornado warned. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Rich, what are you seeing on your end over there in terms of damage or anything?
Yeah, no, I don't see any official reports, but I see massive debris signatures.
Yeah.
And I'm very concerned about that one in particular you just talked about.
Yeah, let's take a look at that real quick. And I just looked at StormNet on our server over here. It is hatched now. I love that software for StormNet is hatched for this area. So basically that means that this area is capable of producing a tornado in any given moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom down. We're going to go back over to our rotation indicator. It's right here. It is just to the south of the community of St. Paul. It is just to the southwest of that is going to be Madison County, and this is Newton County. What I want you guys to do, and for the following areas, this is Newton County, Johnson County, and Polk County, POPE. If you're in Clarksville, Ozone, Deer, Jasper, take your tornado precautions now. Don't wait for it to go tornado warning in your certain area. Let's get to shelter immediately. If you guys could do me a favor as well, share this live stream. I know it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're going to have to blow these people's phones up. That's just how it's going to be. That's going to get them up. That's going to give them the safety immediately. But this is a serious situation. We have multiple tornado warnings. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Rich, what do you have for me?
Well, significant damage potential in Crawford with over 6,000 people without power right now.
Wow, that's crazy. That is some, like I said before, that's what we have, and we can actually take a look. Just for a brief bit, we can take a look at what we call the thunderstorm downdraft wind gust potential. Look at there. Regardless of the tornado potential, you have 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into these areas. So not only you're going to deal with the tornado threat, but also you're dealing with 70-mile-per-hour winds that's going to produce potential power outages. So, folks, very active radar right now. 3 o'clock in the morning. It's time to get to shelter immediately. If you know anyone in St. Paul, in Madison County, Johnson County, Franklin, and Newton counties, it's time to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. I want to talk to you guys about this severe thunderstorm warning too. I want to make this clear. We're not neglecting anybody right now. No one's being neglected. We're not, picking or choosing who we're talking about. This is such a widespread area where the tornado warnings are. We have to kind of go more of a broad area. So I want to make that clear. So the severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for Logan, Newton, Johnson, Boone, Yell, Polk counties, POPE, until 4 o'clock in the morning. Severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from Japton to Witter to over towards Cass near Ozark moving east at a grand total of 55 miles per hour. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, large hail, and the potential of tornadoes along the line of storms as they're pushing up towards the east. So anywhere in this following locations, what I want you to do is treat this like a tornado warning and go ahead and seek your tornado precautions. That's going to go to the following areas: Harrison, Clarksville, Boonville, Paris, Jasper, Russellville, Lamar, Dover, London, Knoxville, Sebasco, over towards Hartman, Scranton, Ratcliffe, Upper Buffalo Wilderness area, Devil's Knob, Lost Valley State Park, and also the Holman area. Let me repeat this: Russellville, Harrison, Clarksville, Boonville, Paris, Jasper, Lamar, Dover, London, Knoxville, Sebasco, Hartman, Scranton, Ratcliffe, Upper Buffalo Wilderness area, over towards Devil's Knob, Lost Valley State Park, and also the Holman area. Those are the areas that need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, get as low as you can, and put some blankets and pillows over you to protect yourself. At this point, this entire line is capable of producing 70 mile per hour winds, large hail, and the potential of tornadoes. These tornadoes, when they develop, they're going to be quick. They're not going to waste any time developing. They're going to not waste any time touching down. You're not going to see it coming. Don't worry about confirmations. Don't worry about trying to go outside and get videos of it. You're not going to see it. You're going to see a wall of rain coming your way, and by the time you realize it's a tornado, it's going to be too late. Take your tornado precautions immediately. It's 3 a.m. Let's get this live stream out. Let's blow these people's phones up if you need to. A lot of people went to sleep. That's understandable. With it being a weekday, let's get them up. This is the time now to seek your tornado precautions immediately. Rich, what do you have for me at this time?
Finally getting some damage reports out of Alma. Definitely outages in Dean Springs. We're getting indications of larger hail out there in Jethro, Franklin County, and there's several damage reports along the western part of Arkansas. So yeah, we're definitely starting to get this indication that there was definitely a large damaging potential out there as they went through.
It's crazy, man. That's crazy. Like I said before, a couple hours ago, we were quiet. We were telling you guys that this was going to come. This is for the same areas. You know, we were talking about those storms coming out of the Oklahoma area. They were going to be strong to intense as they were moving into northwestern Arkansas, and that's what we have right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom this out, and I do believe it will. Let me see if I can extend the limit of our cities. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to extend it to about 30. 30 cities are going to pop up on our list. Right in here, I'm going to track it for the entire line of storms that's going to be coming in. So this is the time right now. If you're wanting timing, if you're wanting, where this is going to be tracking, I'm going to go for the entire line, regardless of where the certain tornado rotations are, because this entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. Like, this entire line is tornado warned right now in northwestern Arkansas. I'm going to clock it at a grand total of 65 miles per hour. That is highway speeds. That is a little over a mile a minute. So anyone in these areas, I'm going to put the list right here. It's a long list. I want you guys to pay attention right now. This is a long list of cities. Read it. If you find your city on here, take your tornado precautions. If you're in these cities, if you know somebody that is in these cities, wake them up. Tell them what's going on right now here, okay? So take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time. To repeat, this is the list of cities that this entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. I'm not going to sit here and go, specific rotations, because they're going to hand off every 5 seconds. So this entire line should be treated like a tornado warning, like a huge tornado warning. This severe thunderstorm warning that you're seeing right now for Logan, Pope, P-O-P-E, by the way, Johnson, Newton, Searcy, and Boone County, treat that severe thunderstorm warning as if it was a huge tornado warning right now. Treat it as that. That's what we have. This entire line is capable of producing tornadoes, and it's going to be moving to the east at a grand total at 65 miles per hour. So those that are in these areas, it is time to get to your safe place now. This is the list of cities that you need to be taking your shelter. If you can find your city, then it's by minutes, by the way. It's not by, the certain time. This is per minute. This is what I like about the software. I'm able to break it down minute by minute. This is what we have. So now you can see the list the cities that is going over, it's going to drop off. Coal Hill, you've got 4 minutes. Boonville, you've got 6. Magazine, you've got 10 minutes. The Pena area, you have 20 minutes. Knoxville, same thing. And the Russellville area, you have about 30 to 34 minutes. Take your tornado precautions, okay? This entire line of storms is capable of producing tornadoes. It is time for you to seek shelter. And if you are in Conway, Little Rock, or anywhere in Central Arkansas, I do believe it is safe to say right now, unless this thing takes a hard southeastward turn, that you guys are going to be fine for the rest of the night. I don't think you're going to see much down there in Central Arkansas. I think this is going to be primarily for our folks in Northern Arkansas. So if you're tuning in right now and you're in Little Rock, or you're in Hot Springs Village, or you're in the Wynn area, or anywhere in Central Arkansas, right now, unless this takes a hard southeast turn, it's not going to impact our folks in Central Arkansas, but this will impact our folks in North Central Arkansas, Harrison, Mount Holm, down towards Russellville. It's time to take your tornado precautions immediately at this time. What you got for me, Rich?
So latest StormNet increases the tornado risk right now. New hatched area for that potential.
Yeah, and this is what we have right now. So you can see this is an entire line right here. Take your tornado precautions immediately. And I want you guys to do me a big favor. Let's share this live stream. A lot of people don't know what's going on. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. A lot of people have gone to sleep. You're getting ready for the day break coming up on Tuesday. School, work, etc. A lot of people don't know what's going on right now. Please share this live stream. Blow their phones up. I promise you, if they get upset, bring them here. We'll deal with it. We wanted you guys to do it. That way you guys are safe. But right now, anywhere in this area, that's Madison County, Johnson, Logan, Pope, Pope, Newton, up towards the Boone County area, Marion County, Searcy County, down towards Van Buren County, and northwestern portions of Conway County. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately. This is the entire list of cities right now. If you need the timing, first of all, I want you guys to do this. Take a screenshot of what's going on right now. Because there's going to be people that are going to be asking, for the certain towns. They're going to be asking for the certain, timing. Take a screenshot right now. This is the perfect time to take a screenshot. This is a long list. It's about 30 cities. And that's going to be impacted with this line that's going to be capable of producing tornadoes. So take a screenshot right now. This is very important. Take a screenshot at this moment and send it to your friends, send it to your family, tell them what's going on. This is the perfect time right now to kind of let them know what's going on. So take a screenshot while you can. If you're listening to this video via phone, if you're doing it on a computer, you can do the same thing. But take a screenshot at this time. This is the perfect time to do it. That way you can kind of give people a heads up on what's going on. So I'm going to leave it on this for a little bit. Like I said, Rich, if you have any reports or anything like that, please let me know immediately. What I'm going to try to do, I don't think we have any RDOT cameras that are going to be giving us a view of what's going on. So
we do have real quick 528 out of power in Sebastian, 131 in Franklin, 78 in Madison.
Okay. So thank you so much for that. Let me see here. This is looking to the west. I'm not seeing any kind of. This is the.
They did expire. They expired for Franklin.
Okay, they expired for Franklin, so that's good.
And Madison.
Okay.
So we're down to 2.
That's good. So we're starting to work on it. But here's the deal: that entire line, those rotations they're gonna be quick. This is not a situation where you're gonna have those long discrete tornadoes like we saw back out in Oklahoma and Kansas earlier on today. This is going to be a situation where that entire line of storms, the area of rotation is going to develop quick. And when it develops, it's going to drop down. It's going to be such a quick motion that it reduces your time to take shelter. So that's what's going to be the situation with that. So any one of these areas, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls from you and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time. We're leaving this up. We're not going to play the radar because it's going to take it off. But I'm going to leave this list of cities up and where this is going. So that way you guys have an idea on what's going on. Also, for those that are wondering behind the line of storms, it is going to be loud. Fort Smith, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for a potential 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Nothing tornadic with this, but this is still going to be capable of producing some tree damage, possibly some power outages with this. So keep that in mind. Charge your devices. Keep that in mind as
New
well.
tornado warning.
And we got a new tornado warning. Thank you very much. That's going to go for, I do believe, where is it, Rich? It's
That's going to be for Logan and Johnson County.
Logan and Johnson County. There it is. I just saw it. So, swift thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hartman, 8 miles northeast of Paris, moving east at 50 miles per hour. That's going to go for Clarksville, Hartman, Scranton, the same areas that are on this list of cities. Give me 1 second. Let me move this so you guys can see it. And let me do this, and I'm going to move you up here so we kind of see what's going on. Okay, so it's going to go for Clarksville, Hartman, Scranton, over towards Midway and Logan County, Lake Darnell, Coal Hill, Morrison Bluff, and also towards the Wilkinson area. So any one of these areas, take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time here. So this is what we've got. Like I said before, we have a grand total. What you got? What's up? What's up?
Check out Coal Hill camera. Apparently there's a camera in Coal Hill.
Coal Hill? Okay. iDrive or Weatherbug?
I'm checking real quick.
Okay. I can get that pulled up.
Yeah, there's iDrive.
iDrive, the Coal Hill area. It's going right here. Okay.
Yep.
Got it. All right, so that's looking east right now.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
That's looking east. I need one.
There's one just north of Ozark, but it is looking west. So, never mind. I apologize.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So the one at Ozark, yeah, that one we needed that one earlier. That one's looking west.
Yeah.
Let me see. That one's looking east. Matter of fact, we can get these to move over. We can probably get a visual on what's going on here. So we have some people out that are traveling right now. If you're traveling right now, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. There's a lot of truckers out here. Text them. Tell them what's going on. This is what we've got right now. You can see multitude of tornado warnings. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe we're back up to 5 tornado warnings now. I do believe this is the only area right now that has. Yeah, this is the only area that has the tornado warnings right now. In Arkansas.
You might be a little out of date. It's 3. It's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be the ones sprawling out from the older ones because I believe they dropped those.
Okay, those dropped those. Okay, so you're down. So you're down to 3. All right. So there's going to be the 2 back here, and
yeah, those. Yeah, the back and those are. Those dropped.
Okay. Yeah. So we're down to down to
those
3.
Yep.
Yeah, 3.
Yep.
That's still a lot.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it is.
Let's take a look at this. It's gonna be the line of storms right here. We'll put a new track on this real fast, and we're gonna take it out once again. I'm gonna clock at about 65 miles per hour, and we're gonna do this. So matter of fact, I do believe that southern end, right in here, is gonna be right there in Logan County. I'm gonna have to watch that. That may make a run for our folks down here in Russellville. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. But this is for the entire line of storms here. So this is going off of the map. Let me get rid of this so you guys can kind of see it. This is going to be it. So Clarksville is going to be on top of you pretty quickly. This is going to towards the Magazine area, over towards Knoxville, Jasper, the Alpena area, over towards London. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Russellville, you have about 20 minutes. Over towards Marshall now. Marshall, that's over there in Van Buren County. You need to take your tornado precautions. I know you're not in the warning yet, but you need to take your tornado precautions. This entire line is capable of producing tornadoes as it's moving off towards the east here. Also, like I said before, what's up?
Yeah, we just got an extension of the tornado watches more into central.
Okay.
North central.
North central?
Going,
there it is.
Yeah, going all the way to Newport.
So basically what they're doing is this entire line, they're just putting a tornado watch for it. So now this is what we got at this point. What we're going to do, we're going to leave the cities up so you guys that are tuning in kind of get an idea on where this is tracking. So pay attention to this right here. This is going to be it right now. So the tornado watch itself, the tornado watch is going to go until I do believe 7 a.m. now, and it's going to go for the following areas: Marion, Searcy, Van Buren, Conway County, Faulkner, White counties, Claiborne counties, Independence, Jackson, Lawrence, Randolph, Sharp, Fulton, Izard counties, Stone counties, Baxter counties, and Marion County up here. So this is going to go until 7 o'clock. I don't know if Heidi is still with us or not. I know it's very early in the morning. If she is, tell her to get that tornado watch out on the page. I'd really appreciate it. If she's not, it's okay. Yeah. Then we can figure it out. But this is for the entire line of storms here. So this is the list of cities for those that are tuning in right now. This is what we have. This is going to go towards Lamar. Lamar, you've got 3 minutes. Over towards London, it's going to be the next 10 minutes. Over towards Darnell and Russellville, it's going to be within the next 20. Western Grove, next 20 as well. Atkins, the Marshall area, next 30. over towards Moulton, the Flippin, and the Palmerville area. It's going to be coming in you in the next 40 minutes as well. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately. What I will tell you guys downstream, this is going to go for the following areas. This is Faulkner, White County, Cleburne County, Independence, Jackson, Lawrence, Randolph, Sharp, Fulton, Izard, Stone, and Baxter counties. You're downstream from this. You're watching this from afar. Give them a heads up. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'd rather for them to be woken up right now at this point. So if you know anyone that are in these areas, let's get them up. Let's wake them up. Tell them what's going on. We have a lot of storms that are producing tornado warnings out here in western Arkansas. This is what we have. Northwestern Arkansas, excuse me. This is what we're going to have to watch. Down here in southwestern Arkansas, the Mena, DeQueen, and the Howard County area down here, I think these tornado watches, unless something develops down here, are probably going to be dropped off. I think this is probably where the majority of your activity is going to be during an overnight hours here. Make sure, like I said before, if you know anyone in the tornado watch, wake them up. It's going to be a very early start to your Tuesday morning. Get them up, tell them what's going on. This is what we have at this current time. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately right now here. So anyone within this tornado watch right now, be aware of the situation. This entire line is capable of producing tornadoes as it continues to move off towards the east. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron. Rich is here. He's dealing with our staff. He's helping out Heidi and everything like that in terms of getting the graphics and stuff out. So this is going to be a busy morning for us. Patience with our moderator team. They're going to get to you as quickly as possible. Our moderator team is running off of a couple of hours of sleep, so don't get frustrated with them if they don't get your questions answered. This is going to be a patience deal. This is going to be something that, if you're patient with this, it's going to pay off in the end. But anywhere and along this line of storms, that if you are on this list at this time, you need to be seeking shelter. It's 3:30 in the morning. Get them up. Tell them what's going on. Tell them the latest situation. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this time. And if you're in Mount Home, I see a few comments about Mount Home up here in northern Arkansas. I would be safe, just to be honest with you, go ahead and get them up. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it because some of these cells are moving northeast and they could impact our folks up here towards Marion and Baxter counties. So get them up, tell them what's going on, tell them the latest situation, and get them a brief of the situation. This is what we have. So right now, 2 tornado warnings on the board, a line of storms moving in, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Get them up and what's going on right now here. So if you're about home, for those that are tuning in, get them up. There's nothing wrong with taking your tornado precautions and nothing happens, because I'd rather for you guys to be up than for you guys not to know what's going on. So give them a heads up at this current time. Western Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas, the Fayetteville area, Washington, Benton counties, we're going to go ahead and give you guys the all clear. You're done for this entire event. If you're in Fayetteville, Rogers, Solemn Springs area, you're done. You're done for the rest of this event. Our attention now turns to those that are going to be in Harrison, down towards Russellville, further to the east. So anyone in these areas, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time here. So let's see here. We now have a new mesoscale discussion here. Tornado, wind damage, and hail threat will likely continue across north central Arkansas in the next several hours. Obviously the tornado watch extension has already been done. Wind damage and an isolated tornado threat will likely continue across portions of north central Arkansas late tonight. A watch extension was planned and it's already done. So basically, the area of concern for tonight is going to go for our folks up here in north central Arkansas. If you're in Little Rock right now, go to bed. You're good. You're going to be good to go. I promise you. If you are in north central Arkansas, this is going to be something that you're going to have to monitor very, 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 very closely. This entire line of storms is capable of producing brief, weak spin-ups, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and the potential of hail. We can't go certain areas right now because what's going on is the rotation is handing off on the entire line. So you have to warn everybody that's in the path of the entire line just in case an area of rotation develops on any point. So that's why I'm not zooming down, going over to certain areas, because this entire line of storms is capable of producing those brief, weak spin-ups at this point, and that's going to continue to move off towards the east here. So right now, if you're in Harrison and those areas, right now what I would do if you're in a tornado watch, make sure you stay prepared. Make sure you have that awareness ready to go. If you want to seek shelter, you can. Right now, there's no tornado warnings for downtown Harrison or anything like that, but have that safe place ready to go. Once this line of storms clears through your area and things are calm, you're good to go. So if you're along Interstate 49, up there towards Fayetteville or towards Benton County, you're good to go right now. But this is going to continue to move towards the east here. So let's zoom down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the watch off for just a little bit. If you need information, by the way, you can always tune in on Facebook. You can always go on Facebook and find the latest information on what's going on. So this is what we have. You notice this right in here. This is what we call a bookend vortice coming into Newton County. That is where this area of rotation is going to be, something that we're going to have to monitor very, very closely. And this is what I mean. This entire line of storms stretching all the way down. It's not going to go for one certain area. It's going to be the entire line of storms that's going to be moving through. So anywhere in this line, like so forth, this is a time to pay attention if you're wanting cities and timing. This is the time right now, right here. This line, this list of cities. This is where you're going to have to watch very, very closely here. So thank you, Rich, on Knoxville camera pointing west. Let me see if I can get this up for you guys right now. So there for just a little bit. Let me find that. Knoxville is pointing west. There it is. Got it. We got it. All right. Give me just 1 second, guys. We're going to show you guys on what's going on. So I'm not going to hide the radar right now. I'm going to leave the list of cities up. But I am going to attempt, if you guys give me just 1 second, I'm going to attempt to try to get this up so you guys kind of see what's going on. So bear with me for just a moment. So right in here. Okay, so I'm going to put this at the bottom of the screen here so you guys kind of see what's going on. So it's going to be right in here. Obviously that's from RDOT, so we're going to leave this up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot over. Okay, and this is what we have. So what you're looking at right now is, you're going to be coming up here just shortly, is where we're looking at for these storms here. So give me just 1 second. I'll make sure this is up so you guys can kind of see what's going on. And we're going to move this over to this screen here. Okay, so what you guys are looking at, this is an RDOT camera in Knoxville. So Knoxville, let's take a look. It's going down in here. Okay, so what we're looking at is these storms. Is we're looking from the west in Knoxville, Arkansas. So right now we're looking at these storms. Knoxville, I do believe it was on this list. If it's not, then you still need to take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side, because you are on the path of these storms. But right now, this is what we're looking at. So you're looking at the iDrive camera on the bottom right corner of your screen, and then you have the line of storms that's moving in. We're going to go back over to the normal way of looking at radar. So we come up here in just a second, and there it is. So let's zoom this out. There's a line of storms. Tornado warning still remains in effect. It's going to go until 3:45 this morning. It's going to go for the following areas. It's going to go for northeastern Logan, southwestern Johnson County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Hartman, or 8 miles northeast of Paris, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Clarksville, Scranton, over towards Midway, Coal Hill, Morrison Bluff, and Lake Darnell. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this time. If you're the only one that is within this severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag, by the way, you also need to take your tornado precautions immediately at this time here. So, yeah, we could definitely see the lowering with the storms that are moving in. I do believe, let me double check and make sure. Let me double check something real quick and see where this is going to be located. Because I do believe it. If it's where I'm thinking it is, it's going to be Knoxville. It's going to be right here. So it's just to the north and west of Russellville. So you're looking at the iDrive camera that's on the bottom right corner of your screen, right here. And this is where the storms are coming in at this time. And I do believe there's an area of rotation that is picking up right in here that you guys are seeing on the screen. So you're looking at the live view. This is in Knoxville. This is courtesy of our RDOT. We don't have any chasers or anybody out right now, but this is what we have. So we have an area of rotation right here, and you have another area up here that's up here towards Newton County. That's going to be moving in the same general direction as this entire line. Jasper, Deer, Mount Judah, over towards Quantico, over towards Wayton. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home at this time. We're going to go back over to how we normally look at the radar. This is what we have. And as you can see, from time to time, when you're looking at that stream, it has that lightning is going to eliminate what the sky looks like. And you can see a lowering at times with the storm that's going to be down here near the Knoxville area. So Knoxville is located here. There's Russellville. this is what these storms are going to be moving. And this is what I like to see, by the way. You know, you have that one trucker out. Actually, you have two now. You have two truckers out, but otherwise, it's pretty dead. It's pretty quiet right now. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, so there's not much going on. But anywhere in these areas, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time. So I'm going to make sure of something. Alright, looks like we're good. Okay, so I'm going to leave this RDOT camera up so you guys kind of see a visual on what these storms look like as they're coming out from the west. But right now, this is for the entire line of storms here. So right now, let's say that's going to be the Darnell area. That's Russellville. It's going to be within the next 10 minutes. It's going to get loud. Here's the lightning. Good amount of lightning with these storms, especially on that southern end. Right now, there's an area of rotation, but it looks like as these storms are moving to the east, fortunately, they are starting to die off just a little bit, but we're not going to let our guard down, guys. We're not going to let our guard down. We're still going to monitor the situation very, very closely. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. It's going to go until 4 o'clock in the morning, and we still have this tornado warning that's going to be expiring within the next 2 minutes here. So we're going to keep an eye on the situation. Right now, I'm looking at the rotation on our end. It still has a good amount of rotation, and I wouldn't be shocked there's an extension of that tornado warning that may go for the Jasper area. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Let's zoom this out. Let's put the tornado watch back up like I mentioned before. Tornado watch is going to go until 7 o'clock. And I want to reassure you guys, especially down here in southwestern Arkansas, Sevier and Howard counties, tornado watch has been dropped. So you're good to go. Also, for our folks up here in Benton County, the tornado watch has been dropped. Tornado watch gets dropped, you're done. You don't have to worry about it. But for our folks over here in north central Arkansas and potentially northeastern Arkansas, this is what we have at this time. A lot of storms is going to be moving through, something that we're going to have to monitor very, very, very closely. So make sure if you're in a lot of these storms, you take your tornado precautions. And what I mean about that, that's not waiting until the warning gets issued. That's not waiting to go outside and confirm where the tornado is. That's getting to that lowest part of your home. That's getting away from the windows. That's getting away from the outside walls. The outside walls, when we talk about that, that is the walls that separate the house from the outdoors. It's one of those exterior walls. You want to get away from those. You want to put as many walls between yourself and the storm as possible and kind of hunker down, get to that lowest part. This could be a hallway. This could be a bathroom. This could be somewhere, a closet that doesn't have windows. It could be somewhere in the center, lowest part of your home. This is where you're going to have to seek that tornado precaution at this time. So this is what we have. Like I said before, this is the only line of storms in the state at this time that's producing all the issues here. We've went from what was at one point 5 different tornado warnings. Now we're down to 1, and I do believe that one is getting ready to expire unless they're going to issue a separate warning for our folks up here in Newton County. But right now, at this time, this entire line of storms, regardless of the tornado potential, let's take a look at the thunderstorm wind damage potential. And this is going to go for our folks in Johnson County, Newton County. Upwards to 60-mile-per-hour winds with these storms. We'll have to watch for that tornado potential as well. Let's go back over to our rotation. Good news is that the area of rotation is not as defined as it was before. That doesn't mean anything. Obviously, these things can easily spin back up, but it's not as defined as it was earlier on when it was back in Franklin and Crawford counties, which is great news. So they're probably going to let this tornado warning go and keep it a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. And then we will see what happens as this line continues to move off towards the east here. So a lot of people that are confused, the reason why we tell y'all to seek shelter is because of the fact that this is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. They're not going to sound the sirens because there's not an official tornado warning. But this is why we tell you guys, because it's a tornado possible tag. That means that this entire line, brief spin-ups, can easily produce tornadoes. Keep that in mind. You're not going to hear sirens. The sirens are only meant for outdoors, guys. You have to take all of these warnings seriously. You have to. Don't rely on outdoor sirens. Don't wait for it to get confirmed. If we tell you to take your tornado precautions, you got to do it. You got to get away from windows. You got to get away from those exterior walls, guys, okay? Do not rely on sirens, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning. Those sirens don't go off until it is right on your doorstep. I'd rather for you guys to be safe than sorry here at this time. Rich, seems like you're back. What you got?
Yeah, I had to wake up a couple people, and
Oh, you're
double
good.
check on things, and it looks like quite a bit of reports coming out of a couple different places.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got trees down. I don't know if you mentioned those. We've got
I haven't
trees
yet.
and power lines down on Highway 64 and Highway 215.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then massive trees down in Pleasant View area in Mulberry and Franklin County. White Valley Road, an intersection of Wire Road. Time estimated via radar. Okay, yeah, that was during that part. And then we've just got another one in Cass in Franklin County. This is multiple power outages in Cass. So
yeah,
we're definitely seeing power
Yeah.
outages. The
There's
total power outage is 10,790.
wow. And I will say this too, especially for today, it's going to be warm. You're going to have temperatures in the mid to upper 80s today. I know this is not a big deal because, you know, it's Arkansas and, you know, we should be used to the heat, but it's still early season. So it's going to be hot. It's going to be muggy today. If you lose power, be patient with energy. I would recommend trying to get some water bottles just to be on the safe side because your body's not accustomed to that heat. If you don't have air conditioning with your power being out, your body's not accustomed to that type of heat just yet. So that's my recommendation, especially for our folks up here in northwestern Arkansas. If you do lose power, keep that in mind as we get towards today. It is going to be a warm and it's going to be a humid day. It's going to set us up for Wednesday. We're going to talk about Wednesday later on today. I promise you, once we get past all this morning mess. But right now, I would recommend that, especially if you end up losing power. Rich, if you could do me a favor, the majority of this area up here, it's going to be ran off of energy. Obviously, you know, there's different power companies up here, but the majority of it's probably going to be energy. Can you see what the estimated restorage time is going to be?
Actually, no. For Crawford, it's Arkansas Valley Electric Cooperative.
Okay.
OG&E Energy Corp. And
Oh, wow.
Ozarks Electric Cooperative.
Okay, so they don't have energy. So energy's not even in that area up there in northern Arkansas. That makes sense. So you may have to check, like I say, you may have to personally check on that in terms of the restoration time for your power. But that was just a recommendation, especially for our folks over here. So good news. Let's take a deep breath for just a little bit. We have no ongoing tornado warnings in Arkansas right now. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. It's going to go until 4 o'clock in the morning. But at this time, we do not have any ongoing tornado warnings. What we're going to do is we're going to keep the live stream going until this particular severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. And then we will go back to what we were originally doing on YouTube. And then obviously with the coverage on Facebook here. So I wanted to give you guys kind of a downstream of what's going on right now. It's going to be loud. It's going to be chaotic with these line of storms we'll be in. There's a good amount of lightning with these storms as they continue to move on towards the east. What I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on. And I'm going to try to turn off the counties for just a little bit so you guys kind of see what's going on. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, while you do that, I do have a little bit of concern. There were sirens that went off in Van Buren. It wasn't, I don't believe it was tornado warned. However, there is significant power outages near the Van Buren area, according to Arkansas Valley ECC. So that implies that either they experience significant wind damage, because Alma, as we know, that one was an observed situation, but that's more east of Van Buren. So if anybody is from the Van Buren area that's able to kind of report anything, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. My only thing, I guess from my end would probably be if there was a confirmed tornado near Alma, probably RFD winds, rear flank downdraft winds from that potential tornado that may have caused the damage. That would probably be the only reasonable answer for that, unless there was a completely different storm right behind it that had 70 mile per hour winds and produced the damage. So if anyone in that area, like Rich said, if y'all have any reports, that would be awesome here. So it looks like right now, Rich, as this line is pushing east, that is starting to kind of wind down from earlier. We went from 1.5 tornado warnings to now 1 severe thunderstorm warning. And this line of storms is going to continue to move off to the east here. So just kind of keep that in mind as these storms continue to push off towards the east at this point. So I'm going to zoom this down, kind of give you guys a broad spectrum of what's going on. For folks, I'm gonna do this because like 80% of our followers come from this area. If you're here, All these storms are to your north and west right now. So if you're at Hot Springs, Little Rock, you know, the Hazen area over here in this area, you're chill. You're good to go. You don't have to worry about much. I promise you. We're going to go further to the north at this time. Harrison, Mount Home, the Melbourne area, Batesville, Heber Springs. I'm going to try to get some more. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to get some more cities up. Give me 1 second. It's going to pull it up. There we go. All right. So this is kind of give you guys a broader look of what's going on. So that's Harrison, Mount Home, Marshall, Mountain View, the Clinton area, over towards Heber Springs, Batesville, Cave City. This is a lot of storms that's bearing down on those areas. It's moving quick. 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's highway speed. It'll get there pretty fast. So what we're going to do, we're going to put a track. Looks like it's trying to fall apart, especially on that northern end. But we're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to clock it. I'm going to clock it about 65 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom this out. Kind of give you guys a list of cities of what's going on. I'm going to put it right here so you guys kind of see. So Mount Judah, Knoxville, over towards Western Grove. This is going to miss Russellville to the north, but it's going to get loud. You're going to have some thunderstorms, but this is going to miss downtown Russellville. But at this point, Marshall, there's Center Ridge, there's the Damascus area, there's Twin Groves, there's Fairfield Bay, Greer's Ferry, there's over towards Mount View, Mount Olive, and also towards the Pineville area within the next 40 to 50 minutes. So this is what we've got at this time. For those that are in Central Arkansas, what's up? What you got for me?
Yeah, I've got concerns just south of Jasper along this line.
Yeah, I can see it. That bookend vortex up there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And like I said, this is the line of storms that's going to be capable of producing these brief, weak spin-ups. But I want to reassure, because there's a lot of people that are tuning in from this that live in Central Arkansas. You're in Cabot, you're in Mayflower, you're in the Valonia area, Conway, Jacksonville, Little Rock, Hot Springs. This area is storm weary. Whenever time we have severe weather, a lot of people are coming in trying to figure out what's going on in these areas. We want to reassure you guys, there's not a thing going on in Central Arkansas right now. You do not have to worry about these storms coming in. This is going to miss Central Arkansas by a mile. You're going to be good to go. Our concern at this time is going to go for our folks in North Central Arkansas. That's up here towards Marshall. That's Heber Springs, Batesville. The Cattle Rock area. That's over here towards Cave City. Those areas. This is going to miss Central Arkansas. We don't have to worry about anything. I told you guys this earlier on, that Central Arkansas was a 50-50, and it looks like you may not even see any rain out of this. Like, this thing is going to completely miss Central Arkansas by a mile. But for our folks up here in North Central Arkansas, you're not going to get as lucky. This is what we have, and this is something that you're going to have to watch very, very closely here. But to repeat, if you're in Central Arkansas watching this, it's going to miss you, and you may not even see any rain. Like, there's few storms over here towards Hazen right now. We'll keep an eye on it. Right now, if you're in Central Arkansas, you may not even see any rainfall out of this entire line as it's pushing off towards the east here. So this is going to miss those areas. But up there in northern Arkansas, north central, this is where we're going to have to watch. This entire list, if you find yourself on this list, make sure that you're getting into your safe place here. And I'm curious if they're going to keep that severe thunderstorm warning going into these areas, or they're going to drop it. If they end up dropping it, obviously we'll go back to YouTube continuous coverage. But we'll keep an eye on things at this current time here. Rich, do you have anything else you need to report?
I'm bouncing around between several different places. I've been monitoring our messages. I've been monitoring some comments. I don't have much more to report except for those damage reports that I reported earlier. Yeah,
and there's a lot of them. There is a lot of them. I'd say
they're starting to come in. Yeah,
I'd say that SPC did a wonderful job with putting enhanced risk up there in northwestern Arkansas.
Yes.
With that tornado threat here, they did well with this. And keep in mind this too. This was I do believe in the possible level 1 risk area. This was not in the level 2. The level 2 was in far northwestern Arkansas. This was in the level 1. This is why we tell you guys all the time that these tornadoes do not care about risk areas. This was in the area that was not supposed to be the highest area for seeing tornadoes. This was supposed to be back out here towards far northwestern Arkansas and over here towards northeastern Oklahoma. So keep that in mind. This is something that we tell you guys all the time. Never let your guard down just because the tornado threat is quote-unquote low, because you can still get tornadoes to develop and still have tornadoes to touch down at this point. So still continuing to monitor the line of storms here. I'm curious, like I said, we've got 3 minutes. I want to see what they end up doing. There's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, but it's no longer. tornado possible. It's going to go until 4:45 here. So what we're going to do is when this severe thunderstorm warning drops off the board, we're going to go back to our YouTube continuous coverage, which is going to be running during the entire event. And then, obviously, if we have any additional tornado warnings or anything like that, we'll break back in. That way you guys kind of know what's going on. But I would recommend, if y'all can come in and, take a look at the YouTube. If you need that live continuous radar, it's going to be playing all the way until sometime tomorrow morning, until these storms die off. So keep that in mind. You don't have to worry about it too much in terms of us going away. We're still going to have Facebook posts. We're still going to have the YouTube continuous coverage all night long and all the way until the first part of your Tuesday morning at this time. So while we're doing that, since the tornado warning has been dropped, we don't have to worry about it right now here, okay? So let me see here. So Kimmy, I saw that one comment, about being confused because this was the only place saying take shelter. The reason why we tell you guys to take shelter, and this is different from any other weather source that you're going to get, we tell you guys this because severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, means that a tornado is possible. That means that if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, if you do not seek shelter, you can get something to drop within that severe thunderstorm warning. That's why we have these tags from the National Weather Service of, the hail threat, the wind threat, and the tornado. That's why we tell you guys to seek shelter. It's not because, for likes or shares and all the other stuff. We tell you guys that because we want y'all to be safe. National Weather Service puts those tornado possible tags on these severe thunderstorm warnings for a reason, because of the area of rotation and how quick it can develop. So we're not telling you guys to seek shelter out of the blue or just pulling it out somewhere. We're telling you guys that with good reason, because of the fact that this entire line was capable of producing brief, weak spin-ups, and that's still going to be the problem as we move into the overnight hours here. So I wanted to kind of address that right now here. I wasn't trying to, confuse anybody. We were trying to make sure that you guys were seeking shelter, because this line of storms here, when you have a QLCS threat, is very dangerous, especially at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to have continuous coverage. That's going to continue throughout the rest of the tonight and into your first part of your Tuesday morning. Severe thunderstorm warning is still going to continue. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail with this storm. It is going to be loud. It's going to wake you up, especially if you've got work first thing this morning. It's going to impact your commute, especially if you're along Interstate 40, or you're just south of the Marshall area here, or you're just north and west of Conway in the Greenbrier area. This is no longer tornadic, but it's still going to be capable of producing 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. What I would recommend, especially with all this wind damage reports we've got back out here in west central Arkansas, is to charge your phones just to be on the safe side here. But we can put a track of this. They did drop the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. They replaced it with a special weather statement. And this is what we've got. So it's 60 miles per hour. This is going to be the list of cities. I'm going to take this off so you guys kind of see what's going on. So London, Dover, Russellville, Old Shores, Darnell, you no longer have to take shelter. Let me make this clear. The tornado warning has been dropped. You're done. The tornado warning has been dropped. The severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, has been dropped. This is not a situation where you have tornadoes on the ground. This is a situation of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. To repeat, the tornado warning has been canceled. It is a done deal. This is now wind problem. This is now a 60-mile-per-hour wind problem, and also the potential of 1-inch hail. It's going to be loud. It's going to sound like tornadoes. But right now, we do not have any ongoing tornado warnings in place at this point. We have a special weather statement up there in North Arkansas, and we have the one regular severe thunderstorm warning in place, but no tornado warnings in place right now. Let me make this clear. Nothing tornadic at this point, and it looks like, from what I'm seeing, and Rich, you may feel free to input on this as well, this line of storms is like it's weakening as it's pushing off towards the east.
Yeah,
So-
no, it certainly is. Yeah, I am seeing the breakup, especially on the southern end of it. It's definitely a lot less than it was originally anticipating, especially for what they were anticipating, because they did put tornado watches south of where the actual line is. So
Yeah.
that's good news. That's definitely good news.
Very, very good news. So, like I said, this is what we've got. Like I said before, none of these storms were tornadic. If you guys want to do me a big favor, well, as a matter of fact, I can pull this up since I have, let me see here, let me get this up so you guys kind of see what's going on. I'm going to drop, like so for the tornado warning, it's done, so you don't have to worry about that. But what I'm going to do for just a second here, I do believe it's going to be, where are you? Right here. Okay, so right now, if I can get this pulled up, go take a look at our YouTube here. I'm going to pin this. Let me see if I can go back. I got to go back all the way through because it got buried. Right here. All right, I'm going to, okay, someone, Rich, did you just pin that? Or someone just on Facebook, someone just pinned it. That is going to be the link to the YouTube. The YouTube's going to continue throughout the entire night. You don't have to worry about that going down or anything like that. Facebook, we're just going to have the regular warnings and stuff like that, the regular posts on the page, and go in if we have a tornado warning. But YouTube is going to be continuously throughout the night here. So for those that are wondering, in the Clarksville area, if it's okay to sleep, we're still on the watch. Get some sleep. It's going to be loud. I'll give you that. It's going to be loud, but get some sleep. You're done. The tornado threat is over. You don't have to seek shelter at this time, okay? So at this point, and I want to make this clear, no tornado warnings in place. The tornado warnings have been dropped. We are done. For right now, the storms are weakening as they move off towards the east. Nothing is on the ground. We're done. The only reason why we were saying take shelter is because this entire line at one point had multiple rotations along the line. We were telling y'all that to be safe, but we are good to go right now, okay? So nothing's on the ground. There's no tornado warnings at this point. I want to make this clear to everybody that's listening to this right now. We are, for right now, we're done. There's still a tornado watch until, I do believe, 7 o'clock in the morning? I think it's 7 a.m. The tornado watch over there in eastern Arkansas. I know that tornado watch is still there. Yeah.
5 a.m. 5 a.m.
Oh, it's 5 a.m. now.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait,
Did they change that?
The one over there in eastern Arkansas?
Yeah, now it's 5 a.m.
It's 5 a.m. now. Okay, so they're banking on this line of storms to weaken. Let me check into that real quick. Yeah, it is. Okay, so hang on. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. now. Okay, so they're banking on this line of storms to weaken as it moves off towards the east, which, like I said, that's good news. So there's tornado watch. We're still gonna monitor things right now, but we're done. We're done. At this point, we're done. There's no tornado warnings in place at this time. We're good to go. Okay, so...
But we will be back if there is one.
Yeah, we'll be back. Definitely, we'll be here. So, let me see. There's people tuning in. I'm confused. I want to ask you guys this. What is confusing you guys right now? Because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's confusing everybody right now. Right now, the only reason why we were telling you guys to seek shelter is because there was, at one point, this was a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. What we mean by tornado possible is a tornado possible, and you have to seek shelter. So I don't know what's confusing you guys right now. We're trying to make this as crystal clear as possible, but at this time, there's no ongoing tornado warnings at this point. None of it is tornado warning. We will be back here if there are tornado warnings, but at this time, there is no tornado warnings. It is 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Nothing's tornadic right now here. And like I said before, good sign is that this line is weakening as it pushes off towards the east. Okay, so we were talking about the tornado watch expiring. We weren't talking about the current time or anything like that. We were just talking about when the tornado watch was going to get ready to expire. But like I said before, we're going to make this crystal clear. There's no tornado warnings. This is a tornado warning live stream because we had 5 tornado warnings on the board earlier on, and now that has died off. So
yeah, that was definite triage mode. But I do have excuse me, I do have a few more damage reports to share from Franklin County.
Yeah.
Ozark, there were power lines down on East Main Street and a house damaged on Canterbury Run. Mm-hmm. So they had definitely experienced significant damage over in that particular area.
Yeah.
And that's why we were telling everybody, because they was handing off along that line and spinning up, and that's why we were telling people seek shelter. We cannot, there were too many warnings, there were too many areas affected. We were telling people, if you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter. That is the best thing we can do right now. So we weren't trying to sensationalize anything. I know people saying it wasn't on television, but
that makes us different. That just makes us different. And I'm gonna pull up Cal because he said, there was people confused because the difference between basically, I'll be honest with you guys, there's really no difference between tornado possible and a tornado warning. Like there's no difference between the two because both of them are still going to be capable of producing a tornado. Let's take a look back out here towards the west. You can see multiple damage reports, multiple hail reports. We were telling you guys to seek shelter for a reason because some of these reports, look here, multiple power outages. You've got trees down on Highway 215. You've got trees down over here. You also have trees uprooted up here in Crawford County. That's scary. You also have wind gusts upwards to 70 miles per hour over here in western Arkansas. We were telling you guys to seek shelter for a reason. We don't tell you guys that just to boast our ego or anything like that. We tell you all that for a reason because you have a lot of damage out here across western Arkansas near the Fort Smith area and everything like that here. So what I would recommend is if you're in front of this line, just go ahead and charge your phones because there are going to be a lot of power outages with this line here. And this line, I said before, was capable of producing damaging winds and also those isolated tornadoes. And if we were the only ones that were talking about it, that's just how it's going to be. That's just how it's going to be. I'd rather for you guys to be safe than sorry. So this is what we have at this time. This is what we're going to have to continue to monitor at this point. 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail with this storm here. Like I said before, we apologize if there were any confusion, but the difference, to answer Cal's question, the difference between a tornado warning and a tornado possible, to be honest with you, there's really not a difference. But a tornado warning means that it's going to touch down at any moment. Tornado possible means there could be a possible tornado. At the end of the day, tornado is still in the same sentence, right? So you start to seek shelter. So we're going to continue to YouTube continuous coverage. That's going to continue all night long into the first part of your Tuesday morning. I'm going to tell you guys this now. I haven't looked at too much data for Wednesday. They did keep the enhanced risk. They did keep there's a tornado threat, the damaging wind threat, and the hail threat. We'll talk more about that coming up later on this morning. But it's gonna be a long day coming up on Wednesday. So what I would recommend is tonight, 7 p.m. Tune in for the continuous live stream. Not continuous live stream. The Q&A. My mind at 4 a.m.
It's a long night.
Yeah. Take it up at this point. 7 p.m. We're gonna have our Q&A that's gonna talk about Wednesday. Wednesday is gonna be a long day for us here in Arkansas. I'm just gonna put it that way right now. So, like I said before, this is what we have. Line of storms that are gonna be moving through. 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. We're not going anywhere. Check us out on YouTube. The continuous coverage is going to continue all night long into the first part of your Tuesday morning. Now, I will say this. If there is a tornado warning between now and what happens the rest of the morning, we will break in back on Facebook. But Facebook's going to have continuous radar updates, and it's also going to have any additional information on the board. But right now, like I said before, with the tornado warnings being dropped, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible being dropped, I feel safe enough to go back to the YouTube continuous coverage. That way you guys can kind of see what's going on. Clarksville, for those that answer this one last question that's tuning in from the Clarksville area, you're good. We'll get you guys on the all clear. We're going to work on the all clear map so you guys can kind of figure out what's going on, and we'll get that taken care of for you, okay? So, like I said, those in Central Arkansas, you're good to go. This is going to pass to your north at this time unless this thing decides to make a 90-degree southeast turn to go straight into Central Arkansas. Unless it decides to do that, this is going to miss Central Arkansas by a mile. So right now, like I said before, this is what we've got. We're done. 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail is going to be the primary threat with these storms here. And I want to bring this up. Monica, thank you so much. Thank y'all for trusting us. We hate confusing y'all, but we want you guys to be safe whenever severe weather strikes here. Today, it's going to be warm. It's going to be humid. But I want you guys, everybody that's listening, all 600 people on Facebook and all 800 people on YouTube, I want you guys to go over your severe weather plans today. It's going to be a very long day on Wednesday. I'm just gonna leave you guys with that message. It's going to be a very long day on Wednesday.
Tornado possible now.
Tornado possible now? Where it's going to be for this storm? All right.
Yep,
well,
same
then,
one.
Okay. All
I
right.
guess we're staying
All
on.
right, we're going to stay on then. All right. So we're going to be here. So
Yep.
let me take a look at this real quick. Let's take a look at the rotation.
Yeah,
I see it too.
some.
I see it. It's going to be, you got two areas of rotation, one near Hector, and then you've got another one just south of Wet Springs here. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. But
Yeah.
we're going to stay here. Like I said before, tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 4:45. So, Rich, if you have any more information, stuff like that, let us know.
Yeah.
But right now, we're going to pause going back to YouTube because of the fact that this is going to be a tornado possible once again. So, let's talk about that. Let's kind of catch our breaths a little bit, and let's talk about what a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning means. What that means is that it is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater, or 1 inch in diameter or greater hail, and it has the potential of a tornado. That's the reason why we're still here. That's the reason why we're still live. That's the reason why we tell you guys to seek shelter. Because of the fact that these little areas of rotation, one near Hector and the other one over here towards the Wet Springs area, this is why we tell you guys to seek shelter. So this is going to miss, like I said before, if you're in Little Rock or something like that, this is going to miss this area. This is tracking to the east, not southeast. So Little Rock, those areas out here in Central Arkansas, unless something develops over the next hour or so, you're probably not even going to see any rain out of this. We'll see. Let's see what happens as it continues to move off towards the east. But right now, for our folks in the Clinton area, make sure right now, take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. This is what we talk about with the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. It's there for a reason because of the fact that, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, the radar showing rotation, we're able to pick it up. We're able to pick it up and kind of go from there. So something that we're going to continue to monitor here. So what I'm going to do is to kind of bring this down. It's been a long night. What's up?
So in Franklin County, Lanelm, I'm sorry if I butchered that name, Lonelm, 15-inch diameter tree down at White Valley Road and Wire Road. So
wow,
that's it's quite a large tree.
Yeah. Wow. That's like I said before, this is the problem that we're going to be dealing with, regardless of the tornado threat. These are producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and it's producing a lot of wind damage back out here in west central Arkansas. So regardless of the tornado threat, you still got to get away from windows because, like Rich just said, you've got trees coming down and everything. So if you're in this polygon right here, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Get in, like I said before, get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest part of your home immediately here. Cal, I love your comment. I wish I could put it up. So essentially, a tornado possible was created to cover more severe thunderstorms with an increased likelihood of spin-ups that could be missed because they occur so fast before the original tornado warning is issued. This is from the National Weather Service, by the way. This is not from us. We don't issue these warnings. I'd have gray hair with bald spots if I was issuing these warnings. So this is just what the National Weather Service puts out. We tell you guys what's going on, and then we go from there. At this time, let's zoom this down and kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on. Mayflower's here, Conway's here, the Valonia area, Holland, Greenbrier, the Menifee area, Morrilton, Hattieville, Jerusalem. That's Jerusalem. I got it now. Jerusalem. Over towards Hector, the Clinton area, and over towards the Fairfield Bay. This is where we're going to have to watch. Like I said before, keep in mind that this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, large hail, and the potential of an isolated tornado or two. So keep that in mind at this point. Make sure you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Regardless of the tornado threat, this is producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And also on top of that, like Rich mentioned earlier on, we have damage reports. We have a lot of trees down, a lot of power outages. Be patient with your respective power company. They're going to try to get your power back on as quickly as possible, but it's going to be a bit. So this is what we've got right now. I'm double checking everything at this point. We still got 600 people on Facebook. We've got a little 800 on YouTube. A combination of that's going to be about 1,400 people at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Boy, thank y'all. Just thank y'all so much for tuning in because it's been a long night for us here, having to stay up. Getting the graphics ready for Wednesday's event, having team meetings and all that stuff, getting ready for Wednesday. So it's been a long night here. So thank y'all for being patient with us. But right now, Appleton, the Leslie area, the Clinton area, Center Ridge, Fox, over towards Fairfield Bay, Damascus area, the Greers Ferry area, the Equipment area, Heber Springs, over towards Pleasant Grove, Concord. Take your tornado precautions, like I said before. The Valonia area, I want to make this clear because there's a lot of people who are tuning in are asking about the Valonia area. Valonia is right here, okay? Mayflower, Maumelle, Sherwood, Central Arkansas is right here, okay? This is where it is. This is where this storm. The storm is going here. So if it's going here, you're not going to see anything down here. So you're good. I know you're going to get the alarm from this severe thunderstorm warning at some point. But this is going to miss this area. This is moving towards the Clinton area, over towards Greers Ferry, Heber Springs, the Damascus area, Quitman, over towards Shirley, the Concord area, and the Denver area. This is where it's tracking. This is not going towards Conway. It's not going towards the Valonia area. It's not going towards Mayflower. I want to make that clear right now. But you're going to get the warning because it's going to include that part of Faulkner County. But it is not an immediate threat to Valonia or to Mayflower or anywhere in this area at this time. What we have on the track is where it's going to go. So Appleton, Leslie, the Clinton area, Center Ridge, over towards Fairfield Bay, the Greers Ferry area, over towards Heber Springs, the Tumbling Shoals area, Pleasant Grove. This is where it's going to go. But this is not impacting Conway, Valonia, Mayflower, Little Rock. It's not impacting none of those areas at this time. This storm is moving east. It's moving in a direction like this. It's not moving southeast. It's moving due east right now. That's going to go towards Greers Ferry, Heber Springs, the B Branch, over towards the Denver area, and Damascus. So make sure, if you're in this area, that you're taking your tornado precautions. I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. These guys are hyping it up, and, you shouldn't be taking shelter because, it's not a regular tornado warning. It has the tornado possible tag for it, and there's a red box for a reason. We wouldn't be telling you guys to seek shelter if there weren't a good reason for it. So make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. For those that are downstream, that's White County. This is Independence. That's Batesville. That's the over here towards Pleasant Plains. That's Baldock, Searcy, the Pangburn area. Something that we're going to have to monitor very, very closely. This is going to continue to move on towards the east here at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. There's our weather cat, Loki. There's our weather cat. I knew he was somewhere around here. So this is what we have, guys. A lot of people are saying we need caffeine. I had what's called a Celsius. I have to find it. I'm going to tell you guys this. If you need caffeine, this is not an official sponsor. Get you this. This stuff right here will get you going through the rest of the night. It's pretty good. So we're good. Don't have to worry about it. I don't need any more caffeine than I have in my system right now. So this is what we have right now. So like I said, for the Clinton area, down towards the Greenbrier area, we'll have to keep an eye on it. But right now, if you're in Conway, you're in Mayflower, Valonia, this is going to pass to your north and west right now. You don't have to worry about it. If you're in Little Rock, I'd be honest with you, probably not even going to see any rain in Little Rock from this. Unless something develops down here, you're not going to see anything. This is going to push to the east, and it's going to miss Central Arkansas by a mile. So, like I said before, if you're in this area, take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. I'm looking at, hopefully we can probably get since it's closer to the center part of the state, we could probably get a decent, you're looking south, I knew it.
Yeah, I mean, Little Rock's not too bad on radar right now.
Yeah. Oh, I was talking about the camera view.
Oh, I got you.
Not most of them right now are looking south or looking east, so I'm not seeing any right now at this point. So we're gonna look at this. Let's zoom this out, like I said before. Those that are up here, what you got?
Real
What's
quick.
up?
Yeah, no. Somebody asked how big the hail is. It's looking around 1.25 inches. Yeah.
We can take a look at that real quick. So there's gonna be the hail right in here. It's just in the north and east of Hector, or just in the north of the Appleton area. Looks like it's about 1 inch in diameter hail with this storm as it's pushing off towards the east. We could take a look at the thunderstorm wind potential, and it looks like it's going to be about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So like I said, regardless of what happens with the tornado threat, this is still going to produce damaging winds. This is still going to produce the potential of power outages and trees down for our folks up here towards the Clinton area, towards the Denver area, or towards Shirley, the Greers Ferry area, B Branch, the Damascus area. That's going to produce 60, 70 mile per hour winds and the potential of hail at this current time here. And also potential of power outages and some tree damage. We've had some tree damage back out here in western Arkansas here. So biggest thing I want to stress right now, take your tornado precautions. What we mean by that is that means getting away from the windows. That's getting to that lowest part of your home. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Rich, you're looking at the same thing that I'm looking at. Are you seeing anything in terms of like any sustainable rotation areas right now?
The only one that I was concerned about was just north of Hector, but it
right
seems to be subsiding at this moment. Yeah.
So let's zoom this out. Like I said before, for those that are wondering, this green area, by the way, is just clutter. This is just radar clutter. Matter of fact, I could probably take that off the deal. Let me see if I can get this. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is just radar clutter. This ain't nothing serious down here in Central Arkansas. So you don't have to worry about anything. This is where the main action is going to be. This is missing Little Rock. This is missing the Conway area. This is missing all of this by a mile, guys. It's missing it by a mile. I don't know how many times I've got to reassure y'all. Central Arkansas, you're good. I promise you guys, you're good to go if you're in Central Arkansas. North Central Arkansas, we're talking the Heber Springs area towards Clinton. That's going to be the area where this is going to push through. That's what we're going to have to watch. But right now, if you're in Central Arkansas, don't worry about it. Relax, lay down. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. We've got you guys covered. There's nothing impacting those areas right now. I cross my heart. There's nothing going on at this point. But this is where the action is going to be, and it's moving east. So if you're looking at this in Little Rock, you're trying to figure out the direction of this. Let's take a look. It's moving due east. So if you're in Little Rock, and if it's moving east, it's not going to impact you. If you're in Conway, and this is moving east, it's not going to impact you. Marshall, you're south. This is to your south. Heber Springs, this is coming at you within the next 30 minutes. So if you're in Heber Springs, you're in the Clinton area along 65, this is where it's going to be coming. But if you're in Little Rock, you're in Conway, you're Mayflower, all these areas here, Central Arkansas, I want to reassure you guys, okay? This is not going to impact you guys right now, okay? So keep that in mind. This is not going to impact Central Arkansas. This is impacting our folks up here towards Heber Springs, towards the Clinton area right now. And I get it, the PTSD from what happened last year. I understand. We're not mocking you guys for having that. But we want to reassure you that nothing's happening in Central Arkansas. Trust us. Trust and believe. If something was coming towards Little Rock, we'd be the first ones on it. Guaranteed. 1,000%. If something was coming towards those areas, we'd be the first one to tell you. And I'd tell you in a heartbeat. But right now, it's not. This is probably, like I said, Central Arkansas, it's going to be warm, it's going to be humid, it's going to get windy. That's about it. This is moving to the east. This is going to miss Little Rock by a mile. But Clinton, the Heber Springs area, the Batesville area, this is where it's going to be. This is where it's going to be as it pushes off towards the east. Like I said, this line of storms is capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, large hail, and the potential of brief spin-ups. So I don't want anyone, up here in this area taking this lightly just because it's a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a lot of damage reports back out here in western Arkansas, a ton of them. So keep that in mind. This is pushing off towards the east at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Rich, do you have anything to report at this time?
No, just continued concerns. It's now northeast of Hector. That's the area of concern that I have, but I don't have too many more damage reports to report up.
That's good. And if you're in Russellville right now, it's loud, but I think you guys are going to be good to go if you're in the Russellville area. So you can get you some sleep. Not expecting another line of storms. This is the only line of storms that are going to be in place unless I missed something and got it. This is the only line of storms that's going to be pushing through here, okay? So, like I said before, for those that are tuning in, I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. That is Rich. Like I said before, I want to reassure you guys right now, this is not going to move into Central Arkansas, okay? We love you guys to death. We understand. We've been told a million times about the PTSD down there. This is not going to impact those areas, okay? I'm going to reassure you guys as much as possible. It's not going to impact anyone down here. North Central Arkansas, Heber Springs, the Clinton area, along 65, that's a different story. This is going to be coming in. I want to recommend, if you're up, some people may be getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. If you're not, then I understand. Wake them up, get them going, tell them what's going on. It's going to be a line of storms that's going to be pushing through 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, large hail, and the potential of isolated tornado or two along the line. If you're in Harrison, you're in Marshall. Marshall is loud right now, but you're good. If you're in Harrison, you're good to go. Anywhere behind this line, that's Fayetteville, that's Rogers, all this back here, you're good to go. You get some sleep for the night. You're done. Like I said, Central Arkansas, even Southern Arkansas, you're good to go. You can get your sleep for tonight. It's gonna get loud for our folks up here towards the Clinton area and towards Heber Springs. I want to make this crystal clear as well. We cover the entire state of Arkansas, folks. We're not Central Arkansas weather watchers. We love y'all to death, but we cover the entire state of Arkansas, the entire state. That includes these areas up here too. So if you have family or friends up here, give them a heads up. You know, we're not biased to just Little Rock. We're not biased to just Central Arkansas. We cover North Arkansas too. So give them a heads up here. Tell them what's going on. I know it's 4 o'clock in the morning, but tell them about what's going on with this point. So pay attention to where you live. Know your cities. Know your counties. Know where this is going. This is moving east at 50 miles per hour. Clinton, Heber Springs, the Quitman area, Mountain View, Leslie, the Dennard area. Make sure, like I said, you're getting away from the windows because regardless of the tornado threat, it's going to produce damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour and wind damage. So regardless of the tornado threat, it's still going to produce wind damage. But at this time, like I said before, this is moving east. This is not moving southeast at all. This is moving due east. So this is going to move towards the Batesville area, towards Heber Springs, Quitman, Mountain View, Clinton area, towards the Dennard area at this current time. So I want to reassure, like I said, once again, this is in North Central Arkansas. I'm going to sound like a broken record saying this. We cover the entire state of Arkansas. I want to make that clear. We cover the entire state of Arkansas. We're not biased to any part of the state. We cover the entire state. So this is what we've got. Like I said before, for those up here in Mount Home, Harrison, this is loud. This is a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity up here, but nothing tornadic. The tornadic part of the storm, if there were to be a tornadic part of the storm, it's going to be down here in North Central Arkansas towards the Clinton area, towards Heber Springs, towards Mountain View. This is what we have at this point. So you've got to know where you live, guys, at this time. It's going to miss Central Arkansas. It's going to miss Southeast Arkansas, Southern Arkansas. It's going to miss them by a mile. But if you live up here along 65 in Clinton, or you live in Heber Springs or Batesville, etc., just kind of watch this very closely here at this current time. And Rich, do you have anything to report in terms of power outages, or what you got?
Yeah. Current power outages 11,000. We got an amateur radio report of a tree reported down on a house in Sebastian County on Jenny Lind.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, guys. That's why we're telling you guys right now, regardless of the tornado threat, damaging winds is going to be a problem. I mean, that's the only thing I don't want y'all ignoring is damaging wind threat, because the majority of the reports we're getting in right now is wind damage, tree damage, and everything like that. So yeah, the people that are in the comments trying to figure out the drink, it's Celsius, and I promise you, it's good for you. It's really good for you. It's got a lot of vitamins, etc. I promise you, this is not an advertisement, but it's really good for you. So if you want to take that out, I highly recommend it. My favorite's the mint berry. It's really good for you. Anyways, like I said before, this is what we got. Clinton, it's going to be coming at you within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll put the track out. There we go. I'm going to put a new track out real fast so you guys kind of see what's going on. It's going to be right in here. This is the main line of storms that's going to be pushing through. I'm going to clock at 55. Like I said before, it's pushing through these areas. So Clinton, you've got about 14 minutes before it comes through. Also towards the Damascus area, Twin Groves, Fairfield Bank, Greers Ferry, over towards Heber Springs, Rosebud, over towards Pleasant Grove, Concord, and over towards the Deshay area. Make sure, like I said before, you're getting away from windows. Regardless of the tornado threat, you want to get away from those windows because of the fact that it's going to produce wind damage. We've gotten a ton of reports back out here in western Arkansas of wind damage. Rich, if you could do me a favor, can you give us a count of the power outages? I don't know how many have in total in the state right now.
11,000 total.
11,000. So like I said before, that's what we have, and this is what we got at this point. I see that one comment, man, I would not be drinking 7 Celsius. My heart's not good enough for all that. But it is good for you. I'll tell you that. It's good for you. So that's what we have. So I just woke up getting tagged in all of this. Is Mountain Home going to be okay? Let's zoom this out since this not official tornado warning, but this is a tornado possible. Up here, it's loud. It's very, 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 very loud up here. So that's what we have. So yeah, I would, unless you want to smell colors and see sounds. Oh man.
Yeah. And if anybody was curious, my cat loves to drink out of water bottles. So if you were just seeing me have my arm out, I was giving Loki
the weather cat. The weather cat. Our AWW
the
weather cat. There you go.
Yeah.
We got to keep him
because he doesn't like Thor.
Yeah. Cause we got to keep him going. So that's what we got, guys. Like I said before, good morning. A lot of people are tuning in. 4:30 in the morning. Early, bright, sharp, early sunrise. Boy, it's been a long evening. It's been a long overnight. So this is what we've got. Like I said before, for those that are in this area, Central Arkansas, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give you the check mark because you're done. right through here is where the storms are going to be, right in here, up here in north central Arkansas. But if you're down here, I'm going to give you the check mark. Matter of fact, I'm going to put about 4 check marks down here so you guys can see the point down here in central Arkansas. We're good. We're good. You're good. I promise you, you're good. Up here in northern Arkansas, this is where the problems are going to be. For our folks in the Clinton area towards Heber Springs, I would definitely, if I was living in Clinton right now, I'd definitely be charging my phone, because this line of storms is definitely capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, regardless of what the tornado threat looks like with this line of storms here. But to reassure you guys, down here is a check mark. All this area down here is check marks. You're good. Okay, I know you have this one cell down here, but that ain't going to do anything. You're good. All of that is good. So I've got you guys in check marks down here for a reason. But right in here, from Clinton to Heber Springs to Mountain View, the Cave City area, right in here, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, the potential of large hail. And like I said, regardless of the tornado threat, this is still going to produce some wind damage as it's coming in. And I wouldn't be shocked if the power outages start going up in this area here. Okay, so anywhere up here, by the way, I know it's loud. There's gonna be a lot of heavy rainfall. I'm gonna go up here and give you guys a check mark as well. So you guys are good. You're behind here. You're getting a check mark, so you can get some sleep. You're down here in southwestern Arkansas. You got a check mark. So basically, your area of concern. By the way, if you're in Russellville, you're good. Clarksville, you're good. Ozark, you're good. So basically, what's going on is right in here. So Greenbrier, Heber Springs, Batesville, the Tuckerman area, over towards Augusta, Searcy, if this line were to make it, it's going to be in this general area right in here. That's where the storms are going to be for the next couple of hours, and then we're going to be done. But everywhere surrounding that, where you see these little check marks, you're good. You're good to go. You're good. You're good to go. I don't know how to reassure you guys even more on telling you guys how clear it is down here and up here, but you're good. Right in here is where the concern is going to be, from Clinton to Heber Springs to Greenbrier, towards Tuckerman, Batesville, Jonesboro, Truman, Marktree. This is going to be the area of concern right in here. This is where the potential damaging winds, large hail, possibly an isolated tornado or two. But I want to reassure you guys, and I'm going to leave this up for a minute too, because there's people that are coming in that are going to be asking, about the Clarksville area or Russellville or somewhere in central or somewhere in northern Arkansas. You're good. You're good to go. I promise you. So, yeah, they're moving at 55 miles per hour. It has slowed down. And that's just going to be the kind of the process as these storms start their weakening trend. But right now it's moving at 55 miles per hour here. I'm going to double check that. So, yeah, 55 miles per hour is the forward movement with these storms. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, actually 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, excuse me. And also the potential of large hail, possibly an isolated tornado too with the storm as it moves off towards the east here. But I want to leave this up for just a little bit, because you see all these check marks right now. Those, if you're in this check mark area, you don't have to worry about it. I promise you, you don't have to worry about it. You're good to go at this time. What you got? What's up?
We got a new tornado, possible severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up.
Yeah, it's going to continue all the way through.
No, it's north of the severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, so it's up here.
Yeah,
it's up here in this area. One of the areas I check marked.
Harrison,
man.
actually.
The Harrison area.
Just
yeah,
Harrison.
I see it.
And I see the potential rotation.
Yeah. So, problem is, what radar would be best up here?
Little Rock is showing it clear as day for me.
Okay. Let me go over to.
You can even see that hook, that.
Yeah, I see it.
That rear hook
Yeah.
potential, yeah.
I see it. I dare say this one up here has better rotation than the entire line itself right now, except for that little edge right here. So we're gonna go up here. We're gonna take a look at this real quick. I'm gonna pay. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna pay for trying to put people in all clear, because Arkansas is having a different story. So this is up here towards the Yellville area, towards Buffalo City. Right now, as it stands, because Harrison's over here, this is east of Harrison. So Harrison, you're good to go right now. But this is what we've got. This is the area of rotation up here near Yellville. This is in far northern Arkansas, by the way. This is close to the Arkansas-Missouri border. But this is what we have. It's right there along the edge of the radar, like right up here. So Yellville, the flipping area, Gassville, over towards Mount Home, Buffalo City. Make sure you take your tornado precautions. Like I said before, we're going to be here. This is a situation that we will have to continue to monitor throughout the overnight hours. We told you guys that was going to be the situation. Let's take it out. So Buffalo City with the next 25 minutes. The Salesville area, that's a unique name, Salesville, 37 minutes. The Briarcliff area, 37 minutes. And then Pineville up here. This is what we've got over the next 45 to 47 minutes at this current time. It's going to continue to go off towards the east-northeast. It's going to move into northern Arkansas, and eventually it'll make its way into southern Missouri. Now, back down here towards the line of storms, like I mentioned before, the forward speed with this is now 55 miles per hour. It's no longer 60. So we're going to kind of take this out. Let's go 55 miles per hour right through here. Okay, so the Clinton area is coming at you within the next 8 minutes. And then the B Branch area, 15. Greer's Ferry over the next 25 minutes. The Tumbling Shoals area, 36. Also towards Pleasant Grove, it's going to be within the next 39 minutes. Concord, 43. Also toward the Shea area at about 52 minutes from now. South Side, 56. Batesville around the next 56 minutes as well. So we're going to continue to monitor it very closely. Like I said before, I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. There's Executive Director Rich. It's 4:37 in the morning, and we're here giving you guys severe weather coverage from the latest and what's going on. We told you guys this was going to be an overnight event. This is exactly what happened. We have an overnight event in this place right now. So this is what we've got. We have to watch this very, very closely. Rich, I will say this. Along the line itself, I'm going to have to keep an eye on the one near Dinner. That's in, I believe that's, forgive my 4 a.m. brain. I want to say this is Searcy County. It's going to be right in here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Looks like it's trying to rotate once again along the line.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then, like I said, the one up here towards Yellville, southwest of Yellville, and to the east of Western Grove. We'll keep an eye on this area of rotation up here at this time here. So no official tornado warnings, but the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, is in effect at this time. Rich, do you have anything you need to report at this time?
Yeah, so thanks, Heidi, for that. Johnson County, tree limbs and power lines down on Highway 103, 164. A metal building was blown over.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was the wind speed again? It was like what? Does it tell you the wind speed, or it was just...
No, it was. It just says in Johnson County, Harmony, I believe. Tree limbs and power lines down on Highway 103 and 164. Wow. A metal building was also blown over.
That is nuts. That's what we're telling. That's what we're telling you guys. I mean, regardless of the tornado threat with this, this is producing straight line damaging winds. You're coming into the Clinton area. So, like I said, if you're in Heber Springs, I think I have one viewer that lives in Heber Springs. I think his name's Matthew. If you're in this area, man, I definitely would charge your phones. I definitely get away from the windows just to be on the safe side. I mean, I wouldn't take any risk with this one because of the fact that this is going to be capable of producing straight line wind damage regardless of what happens with the tornado threat up here. If you're up here in Harrison, you're good to go. This line of storms has just pushed over your area. There's additional storms that may develop on the backside, but right now you're good to go if you're in the Harrison area. There's Yellville, there's Mount Home, there's the line of storms, like I said before. This is going to produce not only the potential of an isolated brief spin up, but I want to stress to the moon about the damaging wind threat, because you guys are hearing Rich. If y'all are hearing Rich about the wind damage reports that we're getting in, the damaging wind threat is there. It is there, and it means business. So don't prioritize the tornado threat over this. Regardless of the tornado threat, it's going to produce straight line wind damage. We've gotten a lot of power outages. We've gotten a lot of tree damage, a lot of wind damage back out here in western Arkansas from this particular line. I would definitely get away from windows just to be on the safe side here. I would not wait until this gets here. I would go ahead and just do it just to be on the safe side. So we're going to take this out. I'm going to put the forward motion at 55. This is what we have. So right through here, like I said before, don't prioritize the tornado threat over wind. This is the majority of the reports that we're getting in right now is straight line wind damage. We had that one report of a tornado that was just outside of Arkansas, but all the reports that we're getting into the Weather Center are straight wind damage reports. Trees down, power lines down, etc. It's straight wind damage. And I'm going to be honest with you, I hate dealing with wind damage versus tornado damage. I just hate it because wind damage is so widespread. Not taking anything away from tornado damage, but wind damage is a completely different beast. So make sure if you're in a line of this path right here, this is clear as day. That's the Clinton area, Heber Springs, Batesville, Cave City, the Cattle Rock area, over towards Cherokee Village, Mount Home. This is to your south right now. Make sure that you are you're getting away from those windows, guys. I'm just telling you that right now, regardless of the tornado threat. Right now, you need to get away from the windows. That's just the number one deal. Not taking anything away from the tornado threat, but I want to prioritize the damage and wind threat right now because all of the reports we're getting into the Weather Center are straight wind damage and power lines down and stuff like that. I mean, it's all wind damage right now. So just keep that in mind here at this point. Rich, do you have anything you need to report at this time?
No, just continued concerns just near Yellville.
Yeah.
And looks like a growing strength just north of Clinton. So we're continuing to kind of watch those rotations right now. I don't have any. Let me see. Oh, okay, yeah, we got multiple trees down west of Bern on Walk Road in Franklin County.
That is insane, man.
Yeah, these damage reports are just flooding in.
They're just flooding in. Yeah, and like I said before, the majority of them are wind. A lot of them, like I said before, I'm not not taking anything away from the tornado, but I mean, all of these wind reports back out here. I'm going to take this off the screen for just a minute. All of these wind reports that you guys are seeing back out here towards the west is coming from this line. This line right here, that's where it's coming from. You just got brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go to 5:30 now, tornado possible. So we're just gonna keep this going all the way until sunrise going into eastern Arkansas here. But all of these damage reports is coming in this area at this time, and we'll have to continue to monitor here, guys. So if you don't have frequent posts today, keep in mind that our team is going to be resting because there's not much going on today. We don't have a lot of storm activity today. There's not a severe threat in place for Arkansas. I just don't see much going on this afternoon. So our team's going to be resting after this entire event. Then we're going to get you guys ready for Wednesday. So just keep that in mind because this is going to drag. I think this is probably going to drag to about 7:30 in the morning. Like, it's going to go for a while. So
yeah, and these watches over here, like in White County, apparently they do end at 7 a.m., not 5 a.m.
Okay. I don't know where we got 5 earlier.
Oh, well, because it does say effective this Monday night and Tuesday morning from 10:15 until 5 a.m. And then it has no mention.
There's the one at 7, so it's at 7 a.m. And I wouldn't be shocked if they decided to extend.
They might have extended it.
Yeah, to include the rest of northeastern Arkansas. That'll probably be the Truman area, Jonesboro, up towards Paragould, stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised, especially if this line continues at the strength that it's going to the east here. So at some point, it looked like it was going to weaken. That has changed, obviously. The forward motion has slowed down. It's gone from 65 to 55, now to 45 miles per hour here. So this is going to go until 5:30. This is what we have. This is a line of storms right in here. We're going to take it on the forward motion. Let's go. I'm going to bring it back down to 45 miles per hour. So this is what we have. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the minutes. And if you give me just 1 second, Arkansas, I can do this. There we go. So you guys kind of see a visual on like the exact time and when it's going to get here. So there's Clinton. There's Center Ridge. Springfield over towards Fairfield Bay, Twin Groves, Mountain View, over towards Greer's Ferry, Pleasant Grove, Heber Springs, Rosebud, over towards Concord, the Cushman area over towards the Pangburg, and the Shea area. This is something that we're going to have to monitor very, very closely. This is going to continue to move off towards the east at about 45 miles per hour at this time here. As said before, I'm going to go over to your wind gusts, because like I said, I know the tornado threat is there. With this line of storms, it's tornado possible for a reason, but I want to show you guys this. This is going to be the hail threat. Not much hail with this, and we're going to go over to the damaging wind threat. So right in here is where the wind gust is going to be. You can see upwards to almost 70 mile per hour winds coming into Clinton. It's going to be moving into the Heber Springs area over the next couple of minutes, and then you go further to the north. There's another area up here near Yellville, just southwest of Mount Home. This is what we've got. 60 mile per hour winds is going to continue to move off towards the east. this is the biggest deal that we're going to have to monitor very, very closely here, guys. It's something that we'll have to monitor very close. A lot of storms pushing through, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with these storms here. Okay, so let me see here. Not really seeing anything right now in terms of reports outside of what Rich had reported earlier on. So I think that's really it. Let me see here. Let me double check that real fast here. I'm gonna go over to SBC real fast to make sure we don't have anything in terms of mesoscale discussions and stuff like that here. So we do have one that just came out. It's going to be not for us here in Arkansas, but it's up there in southeastern Missouri and into Illinois. That one's for wind damage, isolated tornado threat. It's going to continue. So this is a true classic overnight event for us here in Arkansas. Like I said before, patience with this, guys. A lot of people that are going to be tuning in. You got to realize we've been doing this since late last night, going all through the overnight hours of the first part of your Tuesday morning. So please be patient with us. We're all tired. It's going to be a second or two before you get your questions answered. Don't be rude to our moderator team or anything like that. They're trying their hardest to get to you. It's going to be a long wait for you guys to get your questions answered because a lot of them are either tired, they've been doing this all night long, or there's just an overwhelming amount of questions and stuff coming in. So patience, hold your questions. This is a severe weather live coverage. We're not going to bring it up on air right now. We've got to talk to you guys about what's going on at this point, and then I promise you we'll start talking about the questions and everything like that later on tonight. Matter of fact, we'll have a Q&A at 7 o'clock this evening to kind of talk to you guys about what's going to be happening on Wednesday. But right now, we're not going to take any questions. We're not going to take anything. We're going to just tell you guys what's going on, and we're going to go from there because there's just an overwhelming amount right now, especially for our moderator team. So this is what we have. Like I said before, there's a line of storms coming into the Clinton area, the Heber Springs. This is moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. Main threat is going to be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, large hail, also the potential of a brief tornado or two. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the biggest deal that I want to stress is power outages and tree damage. Do not prioritize the tornado threat over the wind threat because the wind threat right now is producing all of these reports back out here towards western Arkansas. So keep that in mind. This line of storms is going to continue to move to the east. Let's put a track on it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it up, and we're going to go from there. So this is going to be the track right through here, and we're going to push it to the east at about 55 miles per hour. Mount Home, the Fairfield Bay area, the Calico Rock area over towards Mount View, Greens Ferry, Greenbrier, Heber Springs, the Melbourne area over towards Southside, Batesville, Cave City over towards Cherokee Village, also towards Searcy, and the Newark area. Make sure, like I said before, charge your devices, get it ready to go. Power outages are going to be a problem. Damaging winds are going to be an issue. We'll watch closely for a tornado threat, but right now, just to be completely honest with you guys, not really seeing too much in the way of rotation unless we're seeing something with this up here on the northern side. But all of these rotations have been brief, and we haven't had a ton of reports of tornadoes, but we have had a lot of reports of wind damage. Wind damage is going to be the number one deal as we move later into the finish off the overnight hours and get it into your sunrise on Tuesday morning here, okay? So, like I said, folks that are coming in, I see your comments. Y'all are asking questions. We're going to get you guys when we can, but our entire moderator team and our forecaster team, we've been doing this all night long. We're tired. It's going to be a second or two before we get to you. Just hang tight. I promise you, you're not being neglected. It's just an overwhelming amount of questions coming in, and it's going to take time for us to get to every single person. So just be patient with us. Just hang tight. Pay attention to where you are. I will recommend this. Go download our weather app, and you can follow the radar with us. Matter of fact, I can get that pulled up. A lot of people don't know this, but instead of letting us go over what's going on, you can actually follow the radar update. Matter of fact, I'll get this pulled up. This is what we have. You know, if you guys can see it right here. You guys can follow along on the radar. It's very interactive. You can follow along where the line of storms is. It tells you what's going on in terms of the severe thunderstorm warning or any kind of watches or anything like that. It tells you everything you need to know. So you can follow along with us on the radar if you go download our weather app. So that way you're not relying on us to tell you. You can kind of watch it in real-time motion as it continues to move into the area here. Okay, so Alright, so for Rich, I'm not sure what he's... Rich, are you here? I'm not sure if he's
Yeah,
with us.
I am partially here. I'm bouncing around between a few things, trying to read messages, catching up on damage reports and all that.
Oh,
right now.
you're good. I'm sorry. I said for this is just something we're monitoring. Have you got anything new? At this point?
Yeah, I think there was one which was came out of Tulsa. Okay. No, I'm sorry. We already covered that one. Never mind. We're good on that one.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one up here, towards Yellville, towards the Buffalo City, the Gadsville area, over towards Mount Holmes. So we'll keep an eye on this. This is going to continue to move off towards the east. Something that we'll have to monitor closely towards the Briarcliff area, the Sellersville, the North Fork area. Let's take a look at that real fast here. There's the area of rotation. Let's push this off to the east at 50 miles per hour. This is what we have. So Buffalo City, the North Fork area, over towards Sellersville. Make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Something that we'll have to continue to monitor at this current time here. Also, let's zoom this out. Kind of show you guys elsewhere across the board. Let's take this through. There's a line of storms pushing in once again. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. I'm gonna put this. Let's put this about right here. 45. This is moving east at 45 miles per hour. Main threat's going to be for the potential 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, large hail, and that isolated tornado threat at this current time here. Okay, so just double checking everything right now here, just making sure that I'm not missing anything. Let me see here. Okay, let me see here. Okay, right now I'm not really seeing anything here. Okay, so not seeing any damage reports or anything like that, which is good news. I'll check into the power outage coming up here in just a little bit. But like I said, just tuning in, this is what we have. No tornado warnings on the place right now. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and also the potential of large hail at this current time here. Okay, so double checking everything here. Is everything, making sure everything's good on our board. Okay, hang on. Alright. So we're checking everything, like I said before. This is what we have. Severe thunderstorm warning, capable of producing 60 mile per hour winds, upwards to 70 mile per hour winds, and the potential of a brief tornado along the line itself. Let's go back over to the rotation real fast. And let me see here. So, let me see here. This is what we have. It's the line of storms pushing through towards Fox and also towards the Shirley area. Right now, like I said before, I'm not really seeing any defined areas of rotation along the line, which is really, really good news. Main threat with this will be 60 mile per hour winds. I'm going to have to watch this very closely up here towards the Yellville area, just to the west of Buffalo City. Right now, like I said before, nothing on the ground, nothing confirmed or anything like that. Something that we're going to have to monitor very closely here. But just kind of monitoring this. We have other storms over here in western Arkansas that's trying to get going. Main threat with this is just going to be 40 to 50 mile per hour winds and less than 1 inch in diameter hail at this current time here. So just gonna kind of monitor things real quickly here, like so before. Let me double check something real quickly here, and let me pull up the power outages real fast here. So right now we have 9,902 customers without power. Crawford County is sitting at about 6,125. Franklin is sitting at 642. Johnson County is sitting at 607 power outages, the people that are out. And also Newton County is sitting at about 146 at this point. So a total 9,902 customers without power. I think the majority of this the majority of these are Arkansas Valley Electric Cooperative. Let me see if I can get you guys some sort of a estimate time on when the power is going to be turned back on. So give me just 1 second. There's the outage map. And give me just a second, I'll get that information for you guys. So, right now, it appears, let me see here, it's not going to tell me an estimated timing. No, I don't have an estimated timing right now of this. It's just going to tell me what's going on. So, we have a lot of customers that are out of power over here. This is going to be in Crawford County from the storms that moved through earlier on. So right now, as therefore, I don't have an estimated timing on when the power is going to be restored. I would bank on it being probably sometime midday today, probably as late as this evening. Just depends on how fast they can get out there and get the job done. at this current time here. So this is what we got. Welcome back, Rich.
No, thank you.
Like I said before, this is what we have. Just kind of going over everything. This is only one storm in the state right now, and there's no ongoing tornado warnings or anything in place here. So, do you have anything that you need to report?
Yeah, Franklin County and Redding, another 15-inch diameter tree down on Highway 215 just west of Morgan Mountain Road.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is, like I said, that's just the power of wind damage right there. If one of y'all, like I said before, I think Kim or Heidi is taking care of the app link in the comments. Like I said, all y'all have to do, if y'all want to follow along Radar, just go download that app, and you can follow along the Radar with this here. Rich, you may need to take over for a little bit while I kind of recollect myself, because I've been going at this for during overnight hours.
Yeah, you have. If you guys are just joining us, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are tornado possible on the board right now, along with a special weather statement to the west. But that's not going to produce much of anything. It may produce some hail. Our main system is moving through into the Clinton Mountain Home area. Will definitely impact Heber Springs, Mountain View, Greenbrier within the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I can get you a track real quick. Hang on.
Yeah, he'll get that on the screen here. And if you're just joining us, there were several tornado warnings earlier in the evening.
Yeah.
We were in triage mode.
Yeah, it got a little hairy for a little bit earlier on.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I could probably look this through. I want to leave this up for a little bit if you want to kind of go over that, and then we'll look through the radar.
Yeah, so we had several tornado warnings. Let's see, it was for Crawford, Sebastian, Washington, moved east quite a bit, and it was just producing a long. It was along the entire line practically that was moving in. Was tornado warned because they created a large tornado warning because it was simply rotating along that entire line. At one point, there were 2 tornadoes within one tornado warning, and a lot of these were observed, and so therefore they qualified as being considered as on the ground based on radar. And as we saw earlier, there were several debris signatures. And we are getting significant power outages. We're getting significant damage reports from both wind and potential tornadoes. We're waiting for confirmation that will happen with the damage assessment crew that usually come in about a day later. That might take a couple days considering they got to go out to Oklahoma and all that too.
Yeah.
So right now we're just basically watching this line of storms come in, and it has reduced in intensity quite a bit, thankfully. But we do have tornado watches all the way out to White County, all the way up to Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge, Newport. That's going to go till 7 a.m., as we recently found out. So basically, along these lines, we're just getting reports of a lot of thunder. It's very loud. There has been hail off and on. Not a whole lot of significant hail. It's been more of an isolated hail threat. Mm-hmm. And then, we've definitely gotten a lot of reports of strong winds in the 60 plus range. So there were definitely straight line wind issues. I think we might find that the winds were a lot bigger, considering that we had 15-inch diameter trees that were down, several reports of 15-inch diameter trees, and power lines down on major highways.
Yeah.
So we definitely got reports of metal buildings that were picked up and thrown. It's been a very, very busy night since this line of storms moved in from Oklahoma, and they were under a high risk, and there were a couple of significant tornadoes in Oklahoma throughout the day. I'd say probably 2 that were pretty significant. and then eventually there were several others, smaller ones. But this is the line of storms that were actually out there in Oklahoma. It's kind of a round two from the previous day when we had those storms come in, but this one was significantly more compared to that previous. What was that? Half week ago?
Yeah.
The time's blending in at this point, considering it's kind of hard to keep track. We've been so busy. Our staff has been running nonstop. We've been extremely busy across the board here in terms of everything.
Two things.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Rich. Two things. Number one, the line of storms is no longer tornado possible. So we're just waiting for the one up there in Mount Home to clear through, and then we're gonna be good. Number two, from a personal standpoint, I'm growing very concerned about Wednesday.
Yeah.
While you were talking, I was kind of trying to catch up on a few things. I'm very concerned about Wednesday. What I would recommend, guys, tonight, not tonight, well, actually, it's morning now. During the day today, I would definitely go over your safe plans with your family and friends. Right now, it's an enhanced risk. I think if things were to continue, it will probably get upgraded to a moderate. I don't know if it's going to be at lunch or it's going to be at some point, tomorrow night or something like that. But I'm getting very concerned about Wednesday. I'm getting very, very, very concerned about Wednesday. To the point that, like I said before, I'm telling you guys about this now while we have a good amount of people in here. Do not forget that we will have a Q&A at 7 p.m. tonight, Central Daylight Time. Y'all can come in, ask the questions. We're going to talk all about Wednesday, everything you need to know about it. But as it stands right now, and I'm going to tell you this, you might want to go peep at the 06Z HRRR for Wednesday. I'm very concerned about it. I'm very, very, very concerned about the environment. It's very volatile on Wednesday. It's going to be one of those days that it's going to challenge a lot of people. So make sure that you have your safety plans ready to go for Wednesday. Yeah, you probably saw the same thing I just saw.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we'll talk more about it once we get past what's going on right now. This severe thunderstorm warning is Wrangler, 60 mile per hour winds, less than 0.75 inch of hail. The other one up here is now just a Wrangler severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to let this go. I do believe this tornado possible tag is done. It's going to expire at 5:15, so we're going to let this go, guys. Radar updates are going to continue on Facebook throughout the morning. This is going to preclude your morning outlook, but it's going to continue throughout the morning hours, so you don't have to worry about that. YouTube is going to continue for much of your morning hours. For those that are tuning in, like I said before, I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron, and that is Executive Director Rich. We've been here all night long giving you guys updates on what's going on. I want you guys to be prepared for, like I said before, for Wednesday. I'm very concerned about it. Like it's like, earlier I was just like letting you guys know what was going on based off what I just saw. We'll talk about it. Let's see if that trend continues throughout the day. If it does, I can see some updates coming from Storm Prediction Center. But right now, that's we're talking about Wednesday. For right now, this is what we have. Line of storms moving through this area. This is going to continue to move off towards the east, about 40 to 50 miles per hour. The northern one, thank you, Chandler. Not Chandler. Why did I say Chandler? Jesse. Thank you, Jesse, for letting me know about that. That's going to be just a Wrangler severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to let this go. We're going to switch back over to the continuous live stream on YouTube. Facebook is going to have Wrangler radar updates, and that's going to be the end of story for that. Obviously, if we have any additional tornado warnings, we'll be here. We'll let you guys know. Tornado watch is still going to continue until 7 o'clock. So, Rich, do you have anything you need to add?
Nope. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like I said, to repeat, today, go over the safety plans with your family and friends. This is about as serious as you're gonna get out of me as we move into Wednesday. I'm not expecting it to be a monster outbreak, but I'm worried. I'm worried right now. So make sure that you go over your severe weather plans with your family. We'll have a live stream at 7 o'clock this evening, going over what to expect as we get towards Wednesday. Let's see if the trend continues. But yeah, as it stands right now, we'll have to wait to see what ends up happening. So that's all I got. Chief Forecaster Cameron out. Executive Director Rich is out. We're good. Y'all take care. Like I said before, YouTube's going to continue for the rest of the morning. Facebook, you're going to have radar updates continuing throughout the morning as well. We'll continue to keep you guys updated right here in Source for all things Arkansas weather.